What? Basics of ecology. What is ecology? Ecology oikos means home or place to live in. Literally it is the study of the home of nature. Scientific study of the relationship of the living organisms with each other and with their environment. Environment and its component. The relationship and interaction between organisms and the environment are highly complex. It comprises both living, biotic, and non-living, abiotic, components. Abiotic: energy, radiation, temperature and heat flow, water, atmospheric gases and wind, fire, gravity, topography, soil, geologic substratum. Biotic: green plants, non-green plants, decomposes, parasites, symbionts, animals, man. Levels of organizations in ecology. The main levels of organization of ecology are 6 and are as follows. 1. Individual living being that has the ability to act or function independently. It may be plants, animals, bacteria, fungi, etc. 2. Population. Population is a group of organisms usually of the same species, occupying a defined area during a specific time. The main factors that make population increase: birth and immigration. The main factors that make the population decrease: death and emigration. Population density is the relation between number of individuals of population and area they acquire. 3. Community. Communities in most instances are named after the dominant plant form, species. For example, a grassland community is dominated by grasses, though it may contain herbs, shrubs, and trees, along with associated animals of different species. A community is not fixed or rigid. Communities may be large or small. Types of community. On the basis of size and degree of relative independence, communities may be divided into 2 types. A major community. These are large-sized, well-organized and relatively independent. E.g., tropical evergreen forest in the northeast. B. Minor communities. These are dependent on neighboring communities and are often called societies. They are secondary aggregations within a major community and are not therefore completely independent units as far as energy and nutrient dynamics are concerned, e.g., a mat of lichen on a cow dung pad. 4. Ecosystem. An ecosystem is defined as a structural and functional unit of biosphere consisting of a community of living beings and the physical environment, both interacting and exchanging materials between them. It includes plants, trees, animals, fish, birds, microorganisms, water, soil, and people. Components of ecosystem. The components of the ecosystem are categorized into abiotic of non-living and biotic of living components. Both the components of the ecosystem and environment are the same. 1. Abiotic components. 2. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle. The inorganic and non-living parts of the world. Filled circle consists of soil, water, air, and light energy, etc. Filled circle involves a large number of chemicals like oxygen, nitrogen, etc. and physical processes including volcanoes, earthquakes, floods, forest fires, climates, and weather conditions. 2. Biotic components. Filled circle. Biotic components include living organisms comprising plants, animals and microbes and are classified according to their functional attributes into producers and consumers. A. Primary producers, autotrophs, self-nourishing. Green plants, and certain bacteria and algae. In the terrestrial ecosystem, producers are basically herbaceous and woody plants, while in aquatic ecosystems producers are various species of microscopic algae. B. Consumers, heterotrophs or phagotrophs, other nourishing. Consumers are incapable of producing their own food, photosynthesis. They depend on organic food derived from plants, animals, or both. Consumers can be divided into two broad groups, namely micro and macro consumers. I. Macro consumers. Filled circle. They feed on plants or animals or both and are categorized on the basis of their food sources. Filled circle herbivores are primary consumers which feed mainly on plants, e.g. cow, rabbit. Filled circle secondary consumers feed on primary consumers, e.g. wolves. Filled circle carnivores which feed on secondary consumers are called tertiary consumers, e.g. lions which can eat wolves. Filled circle omnivores are organisms which consume both plants and animals, e.g. man. Micro consumers, saprotrophs, decomposers or osmotrophs. Filled circle. They are bacteria and fungi which obtain energy and nutrients by decomposing dead organic substances, detritus, of plant and animal origin. Filled circle. The products of decomposition such as inorganic nutrients which are released in the ecosystem are reused by producers and thus recycled. Filled circle earthworms and certain soil organisms, such as nematodes and arthropods, are detritus feeders and help in the decomposition of organic matter and are called detritivores. Classification of ecosystem. 1. Natural ecosystem: terrestrial forests, grasslands, deserts, aquatic fresh waters, saline waters, marine waters. Ecotone: a zone of junction between two or more diverse ecosystems. For e.g., the mangrove forests represent an ecotone between marine and terrestrial ecosystems. Characteristics of ecotone. 3. Telegram: https://t.me/ias network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle: it may be very narrow or quite wide. It has the conditions intermediate to the adjacent ecosystems. Hence it is a zone of tension. Filled circle: it is linear as it shows progressive increase in species composition of one incoming community and a simultaneous decrease in species of the other outgoing adjoining community. Filled circle: a well-developed ecotone contains some organisms which are entirely different from that of the adjoining communities. Filled circle: sometimes the number of species and the population density of some of the species is much greater in this zone than either community. This is called edge effect. For example, the density of birds is greater in the mixed habitat of the ecotone between the forest and the desert. Niche: a description of all the biological, physical and chemical factors that a species needs to survive, stay healthy and reproduce. Filled circle: no two species have exact identical niches. Niche plays an important role in conservation of organisms. Filled circle types of niche. 1. Habitat niche, where it lives. 2. Food niche, what it eats or decomposes and what species it competes with. 3. Reproductive niche, how and when it reproduces. Filled circle. 4. Physical and chemical niche, temperature, land shape, land slope, humidity and other requirements. Biome: filled circle: the terrestrial part of the biosphere is divisible into enormous regions called biomes, which are characterized by climate, vegetation, animal life and general soil type. Filled circle: no two biomes are alike. Filled circle: the most important climatic factors are temperature and precipitation. 1. Tundra: northernmost region adjoining the ice-bound poles. Filled circle: devoid of trees except stunted shrubs in the southern part of tundra biome. Ground flora includes lichen, mosses and sedges. Filled circle: the typical animals are reindeer, Arctic fox, polar bear, snowy owl, lemming, Arctic hare, and ptarmigan. Reptiles and amphibians are almost absent. 2. Taiga: northern Europe, Asia and North America. Moderate temperature than tundra. also known as boreal forest. Filled circle. The dominating vegetation is coniferous evergreen, mostly spruce, with some pine and firs. Filled circle. The fauna consists of small seed-eating birds, hawks, fur-bearing carnivores, little mink, elks, puma, Siberian tiger, wolverine, wolves, etc. 3. Temperate deciduous forest extends over Central and Southern Europe, Eastern North America, Western China, Japan, New Zealand, etc. Filled circle. Moderate average temperature and abundant rainfall. These are generally the most productive agricultural areas of the Earth. Filled circle. The flora includes trees like beech, oak, maple and cherry. Filled circle. Most animals are the familiar vertebrates and invertebrates. 4. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. 4. Tropical rainforest. Tropical areas in the equatorial regions, which is abound with life. Temperature and rainfall high. Filled circle. Tropical rainforest covers about 7% of the Earth's surface and 40% of the world's plant and animal species. Filled circle. Multiple stories of broad-leaved evergreen tree species are in abundance. 5. Savanna. Tropical region. Savanna is most extensive in Africa. Filled circle. Grasses with scattered trees and fire-resisting thorny shrubs. Filled circle. The fauna include a great diversity of grazers and browsers such as antelopes, buffaloes, zebras, elephants and rhinoceros. 6. Grassland. North America, Ukraine, etc. Dominated by grasses. Filled circle. Temperate conditions with rather low rainfall. Grasses dominate the vegetation. Filled circle. The fauna include large herbivores like bison, antelope, cattle, rodents, prairie dog, wolves, and a rich and diverse array of ground-nesting bird. 7. Desert. Continental interiors with very low and sporadic rainfall with low humidity. Filled circle. The days are very hot but nights are cold. Filled circle. The flora is drought-resistant vegetation such as cactus, euphorbias, sagebrush. Fauna. Reptiles, mammals and birds. Biosphere. Filled circle. A part of the Earth where life can exist. Filled circle represents a highly integrated and interacting zone comprising of atmosphere, air, hydrosphere, water, and lithosphere, land. Filled circle. Life in the biosphere is abundant between 200 meters, 660 feet, below the surface of the ocean and about 6,000 meters, 20,000 feet, above sea level. Filled circle. Absent at extremes of the North and South poles. Filled circle. Living organisms are not uniformly distributed throughout the biosphere. Ecosystem. Energy flow. Energy is the basic force responsible for all metabolic activities. The flow of energy from producer to top consumers is called energy flow, which is unidirectional. Filled circle. Energy flows through the trophic levels, from producers to subsequent trophic levels. Filled circle. There is a loss of some energy in the form of unusable heat at each trophic level. The trophic level interaction involves three concepts, namely, 1. Food chain. 2. Food web. 3. Ecological pyramids. 1. Food chain. Filled circle. A food chain starts with producers and ends with top carnivores. The sequence of eaten and being eaten produces transfer of food energy, and it is known as the food chain. Types of food chain. 5. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. 1. Grazing food chain. It starts from the living green plants, goes to grazing herbivores, and on to carnivores. Filled circle, for example, the phytoplankton's right-pointing arrow, zooplankton's right-pointing arrow, fish sequence, or the grass's right-pointing arrow, rabbit right-pointing arrow, fox. 2. Detritus food chain. It goes from dead organic matter into microorganisms and then to organisms feeding on detritus and their predators. Filled circle. Such ecosystems are thus less dependent on direct solar energy. Filled circle. These depend chiefly on the influx of organic matter produced in another system. For example, food chain operating in the accumulated litter in a temperate forest. 2. Food web. A food web illustrates all possible transfers of energy and nutrients among the organisms in an ecosystem, whereas a food chain traces only one pathway of the food. 3. Ecological pyramids. The steps of trophic levels expressed in a diagrammatic way are referred to as ecological pyramids. The ecological pyramids are of three categories: 1. Pyramid of numbers, 2. Pyramid of biomass, and 3. Pyramid of energy or productivity. 1. Pyramid of numbers, 2. Pyramid of biomass, 3. Pyramid of energy. This deals with the relationship between the numbers of primary producers and consumers of different levels. Depending upon the size and biomass, the pyramid of numbers may not always be upright, and may even be completely inverted. A pyramid of numbers, upright. In this pyramid, the number of individuals is decreased from lower level to higher trophic level. This type of pyramid can be seen in grassland ecosystems. B. Pyramid of numbers, inverted. In this pyramid, the number of individuals is increased from lower level to higher trophic level. The pyramid of number does not completely define the trophic structure for an ecosystem. In this approach, individuals in each trophic level are weighed instead of being counted. This gives us a pyramid of biomass, i.e., the total dry weight of all organisms at each trophic level at a particular time. Biomass is measured in gram per square meter. A upward pyramid. For most ecosystems on land, the pyramid of biomass has a large base of primary producers with a smaller trophic level perched on top. B. Inverted pyramid. In contrast, in many aquatic ecosystems, the pyramid of biomass may assume an inverted form. To compare the functional roles of the trophic levels in an ecosystem, an energy pyramid is most suitable. An energy pyramid reflects the laws of thermodynamics, with conversion of solar energy to chemical energy and heat energy at each trophic level, and with loss of energy being depicted at each transfer to another trophic level. Hence the pyramid is always upward, with a large energy base at the bottom. 6. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Pollutants and trophic level. Movement of these pollutants involves two main processes. 1. Bioaccumulation, refers to how pollutants enter a food chain. There is an increase in concentration of a pollutant from the environment to the first organism in a food chain. 2. Biomagnification, refers to the tendency of pollutants to concentrate as they move from one trophic level to the next. There is an increase in concentration of a pollutant from one link in a food chain to another. In order for biomagnification to occur, the pollutant must be long-lived, mobile, soluble in fats, biologically active. If a pollutant is not active biologically, it may biomagnify, but we really don't worry about it much, since it probably won't cause any problems. Examples: DDT. Biotic interaction. The interaction between the organisms is fundamental for its survival and functioning of the ecosystem as a whole. Type of biotic interaction. 1. Mutualism, both species benefit. Example: in pollination mutualisms, the pollinator gets food, pollen, nectar, and the plant has its pollen transferred to other flowers for cross-fertilization, reproduction. 2. Commensalism, one species benefits, the other is unaffected. Example: Cow dung provides food and shelter to dung beetles. The beetles have no effect on the cows. 3. Competition. Both species are harmed by the interaction. Example: if two species eat the same food, and there isn't enough for both, both may have access to less food than they would if alone. They both suffer a shortage of food. 4. Predation and parasitism. One species benefits, the other is harmed. 7. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Example: predation, one fish kills and eats. Parasitism, tick gains benefit by sucking blood, host is harmed by losing blood. 5. Amensalism, one species is harmed, the other is unaffected. Example: a large tree shades a small plant, retarding the growth of the small plant. The small plant has no effect on the large tree. 6. Neutralism, there is no net benefit or harm to either species. Biogeochemical cycle. Filled circle: the elements or mineral nutrients are always in circulation, moving from non-living to living and then back to the non-living components of the ecosystem in a more or less circular fashion. This circular fashion is known as biogeochemical cycling, bio for living, geo for atmosphere. 1. Nutrient cycling. The nutrient cycle is a concept that describes how nutrients move from the physical environment to the living organisms, and subsequently recycled back to the physical environment. Types of nutrient cycle. Based on the replacement period, a nutrient cycle is referred to as perfect or imperfect cycle. Filled circle. Based on the nature of the reservoir, there are two types of cycles, namely gaseous and sedimentary cycle. Filled circle: gaseous cycle, where the reservoir is the atmosphere or the hydrosphere, and filled circle: sedimentary cycle, where the reservoir is the Earth's crust. 2. Gaseous cycles: water cycle, hydrologic. Water moves from one reservoir to another by the processes of evaporation, transpiration, condensation, precipitation, deposition, runoff, infiltration, and groundwater flow. 3. The carbon cycle. Carbon from the atmosphere moves to green plants by the process of photosynthesis, and then to animals by process of respiration and decomposition of dead organic matter. It returns back to the atmosphere. 8. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. 4. The nitrogen cycle. There is an inexhaustible supply of nitrogen in the atmosphere, but the elemental form cannot be used directly by most of the living organisms. Needs to be fixed, that is, converted to ammonia, nitrites or nitrates, before it can be taken up by plants. On Earth it is accomplished in 3 different ways: I. By microorganisms, bacteria and blue-green algae. E. By man using industrial processes, fertilizer factories, and E. To a limited extent by atmospheric phenomena such as thunder and lightning. Nitrogen has become a pollutant which can disrupt the balance of nitrogen. It may lead to acid rain, eutrophication and harmful algal blooms. Certain microorganisms are capable of fixing atmospheric nitrogen into ammonium ions. These include free-living nitrifying bacteria, e.g. aerobic Azotobacter and anaerobic Clostridium, and symbiotic nitrifying bacteria living in association with leguminous plants, pulse etc., and symbiotic bacteria living in non-leguminous root nodule plants, e.g. Rhizobium, as well as blue-green algae, e.g. Anabaena, spirulina. Ammonium ions can be directly taken up as a source of nitrogen by some plants, or are oxidized to nitrites or nitrates by 2 groups of specialized bacteria. Nitrosamines bacteria promote transformation of ammonia into nitrite. Nitrite is then further transformed into nitrate by the bacteria Nitrobacter. The nitrates synthesized by bacteria in the soil are taken up by plants and converted into amino acids, which are the building blocks of proteins. 5. Sedimentary cycle. Phosphorus, calcium and magnesium circulate by means of the sedimentary cycle. A phosphorus cycle. Phosphorus plays a central role in aquatic ecosystems and water quality. This is the nutrient considered to be the main cause of excessive growth of rooted and free-floating microscopic plants in lakes. On land, phosphorus is usually found in the form of phosphates. In the ocean, once the phosphorus accumulates on continental shelves in the form of insoluble deposits. B. Sulfur cycle. The sulfur reservoir is in the soil and sediments where it is locked in organic coal, oil and peat, and inorganic deposits, pyrite rock and sulfur rock, in the form of sulfates, sulfides and organic sulfur. It is released by weathering of rocks, erosional runoff and decomposition of organic matter, and is carried to terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems in salt solution. 9. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. The sulfur cycle is mostly sedimentary except two of its compounds, hydrogen sulfide, H2S, and sulfur dioxide, SO2, add a gaseous component to its normal sedimentary cycle. Ecological succession. A process of directional change in vegetation on an ecological time scale. In this process, a series of communities replace one another due to large-scale natural or anthropogenic destructions. Types of ecological succession. Primary succession, when a terrestrial site is first colonized by the pioneer species. New site. The pioneer species disappear as the habitat conditions change and invasion of new species progresses, leading to the replacement of the preceding community. Secondary succession, sequential development of biotic communities after disturbance, destruction, occurs when plants recognize an area in which the climax community has been disturbed. Examples of succession, for terrestrial land, bare rocks, lichens, annual plants, perennial plants and grasses, shrubs, softwood trees, pines, hardwood trees. For hydrozoa, phytoplankton, submerged plant stage, submerged free-floating plant stage, reed swamp stage, sedge, marsh meadow stage, scrub stage, forest. Autogenic and allogenic succession. When succession is brought about by living inhabitants of that community itself, the process is called autogenic succession, while change brought about by outside forces is known as allogenic succession. Autotrophic and heterotrophic succession. Succession in which, initially the green plants are much greater in quantity is known as autotrophic succession, and the ones in which the heterotrophs are greater in quantity is known as heterotrophic succession. SERAL community, SER, an intermediate stage found in ecological succession in an ecosystem advancing towards its climax community. Terrestrial ecosystems. The interrelations between organisms and environment on the land constitute terrestrial ecology. 10. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Forest ecosystem. Filled circle forests may be evergreen or deciduous. Filled circle distinguished on the basis of leaf into broad-leafed or needle-leaved coniferous forests in the case of temperate areas. Filled circle classified into three major categories: coniferous forest, temperate forest and tropical forest. Coniferous forest, boreal forest. Filled circle cold regions with high rainfall, strong seasonal climates with long winters and short summers. Filled circle evergreen plant species such as spruce, fir and pine trees, etc., and by animals such as the lynx, wolf, bear, red fox, porcupine, squirrel, and amphibians like hyla, rana, etc. Filled circle boreal forest soils are characterized by thin podzoles and are rather poor. Both because the weathering of rocks proceeds slowly in cold environments and because the litter is derived from conifer needles, leaves decompose very slowly and are not rich in nutrients. Filled circle these soils are acidic and are mineral deficient. Temperate deciduous forest. Filled circle the temperate forests are characterized by a moderate climate and broad-leaved deciduous trees, which shed their leaves in fall, are bare over winter and grow new foliage in the spring. Filled circle the precipitation is fairly uniform throughout. Filled circle soils of temperate forests are podzolic and fairly deep. Temperate evergreen forest. Filled circle parts of the world that have Mediterranean type of climate are characterized by warm, dry summers and cool, moist winters. Filled circle low broad-leaved evergreen trees. Fire is an important hazardous factor in this ecosystem and the adaptation of the plants enable them to regenerate quickly after being burnt. Temperate rain forests. Filled circle seasonality with regard to temperature and rainfall. Rainfall is high, and fog may be very heavy. It is the important source of water than rainfall itself. Filled circle the biotic diversity of temperate rainforests is high as compared to other temperate forests. Tropical rain forests. Filled circle near the equator, both temperature and humidity remain high and more or less uniform. Filled circle the annual rainfall exceeds 200 centimeters and is generally distributed throughout the year. Filled circle the extreme dense vegetation of the tropical rain forests remains vertically stratified with tall trees often covered with vines, creepers, lianas, epiphytic orchids and bromeliads. Filled circle soil of tropical rainforests are red latisols, and they are very thick. Tropical seasonal forests. Filled circle, also known as monsoon forest, occur in regions where total annual rainfall is very high but segregated into pronounced wet and dry periods. Filled circle this kind of forest is found in Southeast Asia, Central and South America, Northern Australia, Western Africa and tropical islands of the Pacific as well as in India. Subtropical rainforests. 11. Telegram. https://t.me/iasnetwork website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle broad-leaved evergreen subtropical rain forests are found in regions of fairly high rainfall but less temperature differences between winter and summer. Epiphytes are common here. Animal life of subtropical forest is very similar to that of tropical rainforests. Indian forest types in India are classified by Champion and Seth into 16 types. 1. Tropical wet evergreen forests. I. They are found along the Western Ghats, the Nicobar and Andaman Islands and all along the northeastern region. E. It is characterized by tall, straight evergreen trees. 2. Tropical semi-evergreen forests I. Found in the Western Ghats, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and the eastern Himalayas. E. Such forests have a mixture of the wet evergreen trees and the moist deciduous trees. The forest is dense. 3. Tropical moist deciduous forests. I. Found throughout India except in the western and the northwestern regions. E. The trees are tall, have broad trunks, branching trunks and roots to hold them firmly to the ground. E. Flora. Sal and teak, along with mango, bamboo, and rosewood. 7. Subtropical broad-leaved forests. 4. Tropical dry deciduous forest. I. The northern part of the country except in the northeast. It is also found in Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu. E. The canopy of the trees does not normally exceed 25 meters. 5. Tropical thorn forests I. This type is found in areas with black soil, north, west, central, and south India. The trees do not grow beyond 10 meters. Spurge, caper, and cactus are typical of this region. 6. Tropical dry evergreen forest. Dry evergreens are found along Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka coast. It is mainly hard-leaved evergreen trees with fragrant flowers, along with a few deciduous trees. Broad-leaved forests are found in the eastern Himalayas and the western Ghats, along the Silent Valley. There is a marked difference in the form of vegetation in the two areas. 11. Sub-alpine forest. 8. Littoral and swamp. Found along the Andaman and Nicobar Islands and the delta area of the Ganga and the Brahmaputra. They have roots that consist of soft tissue so that the plant can breathe in the water. 9. Subtropical pine forests. Found in Shivalik Hills, western and central Himalayas, Khasi, Naga, and Manipur Hills. Flora. Cheer, oak, rhododendron, and pine as well as sal, amla, and laburnum are found in the lower regions. 10. Subtropical dry evergreen forests. Hot and dry season and a cold winter. It generally has evergreen trees with shining leaves that have a varnished look. Found in the Shivalik Hills and foothills of the Himalayas up to a height of 1,000 meters. Subalpine forests extend from Kashmir to Arunachal Pradesh between 2,900 to 3,500 meters. 12. Moist alpine scrub. Moist alpines are found all along the Himalayas and on the higher hills near the Myanmar border. It has a low scrub, dense evergreen forest, consisting mainly of rhododendron and birch. Mosses and ferns cover the ground in patches. This region receives heavy snowfall. 12. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. 13. Montane wet temperate forests. In the north, there are 3 layers of forests. The higher layer has mainly coniferous, the middle layer has deciduous trees such as the oak, and the lowest layer is covered by rhododendron and champa. In the south, it is found in parts of the Nilgiri Hills, the higher reaches of Kerala. 14. Himalayan moist temperate forest. Eastern Himalayas, the rainfall is much heavier and therefore the vegetation is also more lush and dense. There are a large variety of broad-leaved trees, ferries, and bamboo. 15. Himalayan dry temperate forest. This type is found in Lahaul, Kinnaur, Sikkim, and other parts of the Himalayas. 16. Dry alpine scrub. Dry alpines are found from about 3,000 meters to about 4,900 meters. Dwarf plants predominate, mainly the black juniper, the drooping juniper, honeysuckle, and willow. Grassland ecosystem. Filled circle rainfall is about 25–75 centimeters per year, not enough to support a forest, but more than that of a true desert. Filled circle in India, they are found mainly in the high Himalayas. The rest of India's grasslands are mainly composed of steppes and savannas. Filled circle steppe formations occupy large areas of sandy and saline soil, in western Rajasthan, where the climate is semi-arid. Filled circle. The major difference between steppes and savannas is that all the forage in the steppe is provided only during the brief wet season, whereas in the savannas forage is largely from grasses that not only grow during the wet season but also from the smaller amount of regrowth in the dry season. Desert ecosystem. Filled circle deserts are formed in regions with less than 25 centimeters of annual rainfall, or sometimes in hot regions where there is more rainfall, but unevenly distributed in the annual cycle. Filled circle. Lack of rain in the mid-latitude is often due to stable high-pressure zones. Deserts in temperate regions often lie in rain shadows, that is where high mountains block off moisture from the seas. Filled circle. As the large volume of water passes through the irrigation system, salts may be left behind that will gradually accumulate over the years until they become limiting, unless means of avoiding this difficulty are devised. Filled circle adaptations. These plants conserve water by following methods. They are mostly shrubs. I. Leaves are absent or reduced in size. E. Leaves and stems are succulent and water-storing. E. In some plants even the stem contains chlorophyll for photosynthesis. IV. Root system is well developed and spread over a large area. State of Forest Report 2019. Filled circle. The report is published by the Forest Survey of India, FSI. 13. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle. Starting 1987, 16 assessments have been completed so far. ISFR 2019 is the 16th report in the series. Salient features. India is among the few countries in the world where forest cover is consistently increasing. Total forest and tree cover of the country is 80.73 million hectares, which is 24.56% of the geographical area. Total forest cover 21.67%, Omicron tree cover 2.89%. As compared to 2017, there is an increase of 5,188 square kilometers in the total forest and total tree cover. Forest cover 3,976 square kilometers, tree cover 1,212 square kilometers. Highest range increase in forest cover has been observed in open forest, followed by very dense forest and moderately dense forest. Top 3 states showing an increase in forest cover are Karnataka, 1,025 square kilometer, followed by Andhra Pradesh, 990 square kilometers, and Kerala, 823 square kilometers, Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal Pradesh. Black small square area-wise, Madhya Pradesh has largest area of forests in the country, followed by Arunachal Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Odisha and Maharashtra. Black small square in terms of forest cover as percentage of total geographical area, the top 5 states are Mizoram, 85.41%, Arunachal Pradesh, 79.63%, Meghalaya, 76.33%, Manipur, 75.46%, and Nagaland, 75.31%. Black small square top 3 states showing mangrove cover increase are Gujarat, 37 square kilometers, followed by Maharashtra, 16 square kilometers, and Odisha, 8 square kilometers. Black small square amongst the states, Gujarat has the largest area of wetlands within the reserved forest area, followed by West Bengal. Aquatic ecosystem. Filled circle. Freshwater ecosystems. The salt content of fresh bodies is very low, always less than 5 ppt. Parts per thousand. E.g. lakes, ponds, pools, springs, streams, and rivers. Filled circle. Marine ecosystems. The water bodies containing salt concentration equal to or above that of seawater, i.e., 35 ppt or above, e.g. shallow seas and open ocean. Filled circle. Brackish water ecosystems. These water bodies have salt content in between 5 to 35 ppt, e.g. estuaries, salt marshes, mangrove swamps and forests. Aquatic organisms. The aquatic organisms are classified on the basis of their occurrence and their ability to cross these zones. Can be classified on the basis of their life form or location into 5 groups. 1. Neuston. Filled circle. These are unattached organisms which live at the air-water interface, such as floating plants, etc. Filled circle. Some organisms spend most of their lives on top of the air-water interface, such as water spiders, while others spend most of their time just beneath the air-water interface and obtain most of their food within the water. Filled circle, e.g., beetles and back swimmers. 2. Periphyton. 14. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle. These are organisms which remain attached to stems and leaves of rooted plants or substances emerging above the bottom mud such as sessile algae and their associated. 3. Plankton group of animals. Filled circle. This group includes both microscopic plants like algae, phytoplankton, and animals like crustaceans and protozoans, zooplankton, found in all aquatic ecosystems, except certain swift-moving waters. Filled circle. The locomotory power of the planktons is limited so that the distribution is 4. Nekton, controlled, largely, by currents in the aquatic ecosystems. Filled circle. This group contains animals which are swimmers. Filled circle. The nektons are relatively large and powerful as they have to overcome the water. 5. Benthos, currents. Filled circle. The benthic organisms are those found living in the bottom of the water mass. Filled circle. Practically every aquatic ecosystem contains well-developed benthos. Factors limiting the productivity of aquatic habitats. Sunlight. Sunlight penetration rapidly diminishes as it passes down the column of water. Based on light penetration and plant distribution, they are classified as photic and aphotic zones. Photic zone. It is the upper layer of the aquatic ecosystems, up to which light penetrates and within which photosynthetic activity is confined. Filled circle. The depth of this zone depends on the transparency of water. A photo, or euphotic, zone is the lighted and usually well-mixed portion that extends from the lake surface down to where the light level is 1% of that at the surface. Aphotic zone. Filled circle. The lower layers of the aquatic ecosystems, where light penetration and plant growth are restricted, forms the aphotic zone. Filled circle. Only respiration activity takes place. Photic. Both respiration and photosynthesis take place. Filled circle. Aphotic zone is positioned below the littoral and photic zones to the bottom of the lake where light levels are too low for photosynthesis. This deep, unlit region is also known as the profundal zone. Dissolved oxygen. Oxygen enters the aquatic ecosystem through the air-water interface and by the photosynthetic. Average concentration of dissolved oxygen is 10 parts per million by weight. Filled circle. Dissolved oxygen escapes the water body through air-water interface and through respiration of organisms, fish, decomposes, zooplanktons, etc. Filled circle. The amount of dissolved oxygen retained in water is also influenced by temperature. Lake ecology. Any body of standing water, generally large enough in area and depth, irrespective of its hydrology, ecology, and other characteristics, is generally known as lake. Aging of lakes. Filled circle. The nutrient enrichment of the lakes promotes the growth of algae, aquatic plants and various fauna. This process is known as natural eutrophication. 15. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle. Similar nutrient enrichment of lakes at an accelerated rate is caused by human activities and the consequent aging phenomenon is known as cultural eutrophication. Filled circle. In India, natural lakes, relatively few, mostly isle in the Himalayan region, the floodplains of Indus, Ganga and Brahmaputra. Filled circle. Lake Sudarshan, in Gujarat's Girna area, was perhaps the oldest man-made lake in India, dating back to 300 BC. Filled circle. Lakes are also classified on the basis of their water chemistry. Based on the levels of salinity, they are known as freshwater, brackish or saline lakes, similar to that of classification of aquatic ecosystems. Filled circle on the basis of the nutrient content, they are categorized as oligotrophic, very low nutrients, mesotrophic, moderate nutrients, and eutrophic, highly nutrient-rich. Removal of the nutrients from a lake. Filled circle flushing with nutrient-poor waters. Filled circle deep water abstraction. Filled circle on-site pea elimination by flocculation, flotation with water backflow, or floating plant. NESI with adsorbents. Filled circle on-site algae removal by filters and pea adsorbers. Filled circle zero-end site algae skimming and separator thickening. Filled circle artificial mixing, destratification, permanent or intermittent. Harvest of fishes and macrophytes. Filled circle sludge removal. Eutrophication. Filled circle, a syndrome of ecosystem, response to the addition of artificial or natural substances such as nitrates and phosphates through fertilizer, sewage, etc. that fertilize the aquatic ecosystem. Filled circle, the growth of green algae which we see in the lake surface layer is the physical identification of an eutrophication. Filled circle, some algae and blue-green bacteria thrive on the excess ions in a population explosion. Covering almost the entire surface layer on water is known as algal bloom. Filled circle nitrogen testing is a technique to find the optimum amount of fertilizer required for crop plants. It will reduce the amount of nitrogen lost to the surrounding area. Harmful algal blooms. Filled circle algae or phytoplankton are microscopic organisms that can be found naturally in coastal waters. They are major producers of oxygen and food for many of the animals that live in these waters. Filled circle algal blooms can be any color, but the most common ones are red or brown. Filled circle, most algal blooms are not harmful, but some produce toxins and do affect fish, birds, marine mammals and humans. Filled circle use of algae. Most species of algae or phytoplankton serve as the energy producers at the base of the food web, without which higher life on this planet would not exist. Wetland ecosystem. Wetlands are transition zones between terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. 16. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. E.g. mangroves, lake littorals, marginal areas between highest and lowest water level of the lakes, floodplains, areas lying adjacent to the river channels beyond the natural levees and periodically flooded during high discharge in the river, and other marshy or swampy areas. Waterlogged soil, adapted plant life, hydrophytes, and hydric soils, not enough O2, are the chief characteristics of wetlands. Wetlands classification 1. Inland wetland. A. Natural lakes, ponds, oxbow lakes, waterlogged, swamp, marsh. B. Man-made reservoirs, tank, ash pond. 2. Coastal wetland. A. Natural coral reef, tidal flat, mangroves, salt marsh, estuary, lagoon, creek, backwater, bay. B. Man-made salt pans, aquaculture functions of wetlands. Filled circle habitat to aquatic flora and fauna, birds. Filled circle filtration of sediments and nutrients from surface water, filled circle nutrients recycling, water purification, floods mitigation, filled circle groundwater recharging, buffer shorelines against erosion, filled circle genetic reservoir for various species of plants, rice. India's wetland. Filled circle wetlands occupy 18.4% of the country's area, of which 70% are under paddy cultivation. Filled circle inland wetlands greater than coastal wetlands. National Wetlands Conservation Program, NWCP. Filled circle NWCP was implemented in the year 1985-86. Filled circle under the program, 115 wetlands have been identified by the ministry which require urgent conservation and management interventions. Aim: Conservation of wetlands to prevent their further degradation and ensure their wise use for the benefit of local communities and overall conservation of biodiversity. Objectives. O. To lay down policy guidelines for conservation and management of wetlands in the country. O. To provide financial assistance for undertaking intensive conservation measures in the identified wetlands. O. The central government is responsible for overall coordination of wetland conservation programs and initiatives at the international and national levels. It also provides guidelines, financial and technical assistance to state government. O. State governments, UT administration are responsible for management of wetlands and implementation of the NWCP for ensuring their wise use. 17. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Criteria for identification of wetlands of national importance. Criteria for identification of wetlands of national importance under NWCP are same as those prescribed under the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands and are as given below. Filled circle sites containing representative, rare or unique wetland types found within the appropriate biogeographic region. Filled circle criteria based on species and ecological communities, if it supports vulnerable, endangered, or critically endangered species, or threatened ecological communities. Filled circle if it supports populations of plant and/or animal species important for maintaining the biological diversity of a particular biogeographic region. Filled circle specific criteria based on water birds, if it regularly supports 20,000 or more water birds. If it regularly supports 1% of the individuals in a population of one species or subspecies of waterbirds. Filled circle specific criteria based on fish if it supports a significant proportion of indigenous fish subspecies, species or families. Wetlands International. Wetlands International is a non-profit organization established in 1937 as International Wildfowl Inquiry, HQ in the Netherlands. Estuary ecosystem. Filled circle estuaries are located where rivers meet the sea. Filled circle the complete salinity range from 0 to 35 ppt is seen from the head, river end, to the mouth, sea end, of an estuary. Filled circle coastal lakes which have their connection with the sea through small openings are better known as lagoons or backwaters. Filled circle estuaries acts as a natural water filter. Filled circle India has 14 major, 44 medium and 162 minor rivers drains into the sea through various estuaries. Filled circle major estuaries occur in the Bay of Bengal. Filled circle most of India's major estuaries occur on the east coast. In contrast, the estuaries on the west coast are smaller. Mangroves. Filled circle mangroves are salt-tolerant plants, also called halophytes, that are adapted to harsh coastal conditions of tropical and subtropical intertidal regions of the world, receiving rainfall between 1,000 to 3,000 mm and temperature ranging between 26 to 35 degrees Celsius. Filled circle these require high solar radiation and have the ability to absorb fresh water from saline, brackish water. Filled circle they produce pneumatophores, blind roots, to overcome respiratory problems in the anaerobic soil conditions. Pneumatophores, aerial roots, allow mangroves to absorb gases directly from the atmosphere. Filled circle leaves are thick and contain salt-secreting glands. Filled circle they exhibit a viviparity mode of reproduction, i.e., seeds germinate in the tree itself, before falling to the ground. 18. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle the mangroves of Sundarbans are the largest single block of tidal halophytic mangroves of the world. They are famous for the Royal Bengal tiger and crocodiles. Filled circle mangroves have additional, special roots such as prop roots, pneumatophores which help to impede water flow and thereby enhance the deposition of sediment in areas where it is already occurring, stabilize the coastal shores, and provide breeding ground for fishes. Filled circle mangrove protects coastal lands from tsunami, hurricanes, and floods. According to the State of Forest Report 2019, mangroves cover 0.15% of the country's total geographical area. There has been a net increase of 54 square kilometers of mangrove cover in the country as compared to 2017 assessment. Order of states by mangrove cover: West Bengal 42.5%, Gujarat 23.6%, Andaman and Nicobar Islands 12.4%, Andhra Pradesh 8.1%, Maharashtra, Odisha, etc. Mangroves for Future, MFF. Filled circle: it is a collaboration between multiple partners, including governments, NGO, research institutes, etc. Filled circle: it is co-chaired by the IUCN and UNDP. Filled circle: it promotes investment in coastal ecosystems for sustainable development. Filled circle: the goal is to promote an integrated ocean-wide approach to coastal management and to build the resilience of ecosystem-dependent coastal communities. Filled circle mangroves are the flagship of the initiative, but MFF is inclusive of all types of coastal ecosystem, such as coral reefs, estuaries, lagoons, sandy beaches, seagrass and wetlands. Filled circle: India is a member country. Coral reefs. Coral is actually a living animal. Coral has a symbiotic relationship, each gives something to the other and gets something back in return, with zooxanthellae, microscopic algae which live on coral, i.e. instead of living on the seafloor, the algae lives up on the coral which is closer to the ocean surface and so that the algae gets adequate light. Zooxanthellae assist the coral in nutrient production through its photosynthetic activities. Features: Filled circle: they occur in shallow tropical areas where the sea water is clean, clear and warm. Filled circle: the coral reef cover in Indian waters is roughly estimated up to 19,000 square kilometer. Filled circle coral reefs are one of the most productive and complex coastal ecosystems with high biological diversity. Filled circle: the high productivity is owing to the combination of its own primary production and support from its surrounding habitat. Filled circle reef building corals are a symbiotic association of polyps, coral animals, and zooxanthellae, the microscopic algae. Filled circle: the corals are generally slow-growing colonies of animals while zooxanthellae are fast-growing plants. Filled circle: in coral reef ecosystem, many invertebrates, vertebrates, and plants live in close association to the corals, with tight resource coupling and recycling, allowing coral reefs to have extremely high productivity and biodiversity, such that they are referred to as the tropical rainforests of the oceans. 19. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Corals are classified depending on their locations into fringing, patch, barrier and atoll. The fringing reefs are contiguous with the shore and they are the most common, by occurring reef form, found in Andamans. Patch reefs are isolated and discontinuous patches, lying shoreward of offshore reef structures as seen in the Pork Bay, Gulf of Mannar and Gulf of Catchshush. Barrier reefs are linear offshore reef structures that run parallel to coastlines and arise from submerged shelf platforms. The water body between the reef and the shore is termed as lagoon. Barrier reefs are seen in Nicobar and Lakshadweep. Atolls are circular or semicircular reefs that arise from subsiding seafloor platforms as coral reef building keeps ahead of subsidence. The examples are the atolls of Lakshadweep and Nicobar. Among the 4 major reef areas of India, Andaman and Nicobar Islands are found to be very rich in species diversity, followed by the Lakshadweep Islands, the Gulf of Mannar, and finally the Gulf of Kachchus. Coral bleaching, or the paling of coral color occurs when the densities of zooxanthellae decline and or the concentration of photosynthetic pigments within the zooxanthellae fall. Causes of coral bleaching. 1. Temperature disruption. Major cause, low and high sea temperatures can induce coral bleaching. 2. Solar radiation has been suspected to play a role in coral bleaching. 3. Sudden exposure of reef flat corals to the atmosphere during events such as extreme low tides, ENSO-related sea level drops or tectonic uplift can potentially induce bleaching. 4. Sediment loading could make zooxanthellate species more likely to bleach. 5. Rapid dilution of reef waters from storm-generated precipitation and runoff has been demonstrated to cause coral reef bleaching. Key initiatives to protect marine and coastal environments. 1. Coastal Ocean Monitoring and Prediction System, COMAPS, being implemented from 1991. Assesses the health of coastal waters and facilitates management of pollution-related issues. 2. Land-Ocean Interactions in the Coastal Zone, LOICZ, launched in 1995. Investigates the effects of global change on the coastal zone. 3. Integrated Coastal and Marine Area Management, ICMAM, launched in 1998, aims at integrated management of coastal and marine areas. 4. Society of Integrated Coastal Management, SICOM, launched in 2010, major national initiative to protect coastal ecosystems. 5. Institutions for Coastal Management. The Notification on Coastal Regulation Zone, CRZ, 1991, as amended from time to time, aims at protecting coastal stretches in India. India has created institutional mechanisms such as National Coastal Zone Management Authority, NCZMA, and State Coastal Zone Management Authority, SCZMA, for enforcement and monitoring of the CRZ notification. 20. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. 6. The mangroves and coral reefs areas are categorized as ecological sensitive areas, CRZI, where no new constructions are permitted except projects relating to Department of Atomic Energy, pipelines, conveying systems including transmission lines, installation of weather radar for monitoring of cyclones movement and prediction by Indian Meteorological Department, and construction of Trans-Harbour Sea Link and without affecting the tidal flow of water. 7. Coral reef is included in Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972, which affords it the highest degree of protection. Environmental pollution. Environmental pollution is defined as an addition or excessive addition of certain materials to the physical environment, water, air and lands, making it less fit or unfit for life. Pollutants are the materials or factors which cause adverse effects on the natural quality of any component of the environment. Classifications. 1. According to the form in which they persist after release into the environment. Primary pollutants, these persist in the form in which they are added to the environment, e.g. DDT, plastic. Secondary pollutants, these are formed by interaction among the primary pollutants. For example, peroxyacetyl nitrate (PAN) is formed by the interaction of nitrogen oxides and hydrocarbons. 2. According to their existence in nature. Quantitative pollutants, these occur in nature and become pollutants when their concentration reaches beyond a threshold level. E.g. carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxide. Qualitative pollutants, these do not occur in nature and are man-made. E.g. fungicides, herbicides, DDT, etc. 3. According to their nature of disposal. Biodegradable pollutants, waste products, which are degraded by microbial action. E.g. sewage. Non-biodegradable pollutants, pollutants, which are not decomposed by microbial action. E.g. plastics, glass, DDT, salts of heavy metals, radioactive substances, etc. 4. According to origin, natural anthropogenic. Air pollution. Aggravated because of 4 developments: increasing traffic, growing cities, rapid economic development, and industrialization. Contamination of air by the discharge of harmful substances. Major air pollutants and their sources. 1. Carbon monoxide, CO. It is a colorless, odorless gas that is produced by the incomplete burning of carbon-based fuels including petrol, diesel, and wood. 21. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. It is also produced from the combustion of natural and synthetic products such as cigarettes. It lowers the amount of oxygen that enters our blood. It can slow our reflexes and make us confused and sleepy. 2. Carbon dioxide, CO2, principal greenhouse gas. 3. Chlorofluorocarbons, CFC. Gases that are released mainly from air conditioning systems and refrigeration. When released into the air, CFCs rise to the stratosphere, where they come in contact with few other gases, which lead to a reduction of the ozone layer that protects the Earth from the harmful ultraviolet rays of the sun. 4. Lead. Present in petrol, diesel, lead batteries, paints, hair dye products, etc. cause nervous system damage and digestive problems and, in some cases, cause cancer. 5. Ozone occurs naturally in the upper layers of the atmosphere. At the ground level, it is a pollutant with highly toxic effects. Vehicles and industries are the major source of ground-level ozone emissions. Ozone makes our eyes itch, burn, and water. It lowers our resistance to cold and pneumonia. 6. Nitrogen oxide, NOx, causes smog and acid rain. It is produced from burning fuels including petrol, diesel, and coal. Nitrogen oxide can make children susceptible to respiratory diseases in winters. 7. Suspended particulate matter, SPM. Consists of solids in the air in the form of smoke, dust, and vapor that can remain suspended for extended periods. The finer of these particles when breathed in can lodge in our lungs and cause lung damage and respiratory problems. 8. Sulfur dioxide, SO2. A gas produced from burning coal, mainly in thermal power plants. Some industrial processes, such as production of paper and smelting of metals, produce sulfur dioxide. A major contributor to smog and acid rain. Sulfur dioxide can lead to lung diseases. 9. Smog. A combination of the words fog and smoke. Smog is a condition of fog that has soot or smoke in it. Interaction of sunlight with certain chemicals in the atmosphere. The primary component of photochemical smog is ozone. Ozone is formed through a complex reaction involving hydrocarbons, nitrogen oxides, and sunlight. It is formed when pollutants released from gasoline, diesel-powered vehicles and oil-based solvents react with heat and sunlight. 22. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. From biofuels, the 4 most serious pollutants are particulates, carbon monoxide, polycyclic organic matter, and formaldehyde. Fly ash. Ash is produced whenever combustion of solid material takes place. Composition 1. Aluminium silicate, in large amounts. 2. Silicon dioxide, CO2, and 3. Calcium oxide, CaO. Fly ash particles are oxide-rich and consist of silica, alumina, oxides of iron, calcium, and magnesium, and toxic heavy metals like lead, arsenic, cobalt, and coppers. Black carbon. Black carbon is inorganic in nature, consisting of soot particles that directly come out of combustion process, exhaust fumes that form part of particulate matter present in the air. It is a short-lived climate pollutant with a lifetime of only days to weeks after release in the atmosphere. Black carbon absorbs sunlight and in turn warms the atmosphere. When inhaled, it causes severe health problems. Black carbon absorbs light in the visible spectrum. It absorbs both incoming and terrestrial radiations. Photochemical smog. It occurs in warm, dry and sunny climates. The main components of the photochemical smog result from the action of sunlight on unsaturated hydrocarbons and nitrogen oxides produced by automobiles and factories. Photochemical smog has high concentration of oxidizing agents and is, therefore, called as oxidizing smog. The common components of photochemical smog are ozone, nitric oxide, acrylane, formaldehyde and peroxyacetyl nitrate (PAN). Water pollution. Filled circle addition of certain substances to the water such as organic, inorganic, biological. Radiological, heat, which degrades the quality of water so that it becomes unfit for use. Filled circle putrescibility is the process of decomposition of organic matter present in water by microorganisms using oxygen. Filled circle water having DO, dissolved oxygen, content below 8.0 mg per liter may be considered as contaminated. Water having DO content below 4.0 mg per liter is considered to be highly polluted. Filled circle water pollution by organic wastes is measured in terms of biochemical oxygen demand, BOD. Filled circle biochemical oxygen demand, BOD. It is the amount of dissolved oxygen needed by aerobic biological organisms to break down organic material present. The more organic matter there is, e.g., in sewage and polluted bodies of water, the greater the BOD, and the greater the BOD, the lower the amount of dissolved oxygen available for higher animals such as fishes. Filled circle chemical oxygen demand, COD, is a slightly better mode used to measure pollution load in water. It is the measure of oxygen equivalent to the requirement of oxidation of total organic matter, i.e., biodegradable and non-biodegradable, present in water. 23. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle a crippling deformity called Minamata disease due to consumption of fish captured from mercury-contaminated Minamata Bay. Filled circle water contaminated with cadmium can cause a tie disease, also called ouch disease, a painful disease of bones and joints, and cancer of lungs and liver. Filled circle the compounds of lead cause anemia, headache, loss of muscle power and bluish line around the gum. Filled circle excess nitrate in drinking water reacts with hemoglobin to form non-functional methemoglobin, and impairs oxygen transport. This condition is called methemoglobinemia or blue baby syndrome. Filled circle over-exploitation of groundwater may lead to leaching of arsenic from soil and rock sources and contaminate groundwater. Chronic exposure to arsenic causes black foot disease. It also causes diarrhea, peripheral neuritis, hyperkeratosis and also lung and skin cancer. Soil pollution. Filled circle industrial waste includes chemicals such as mercury, lead, copper, zinc, cadmium, cyanides, thiocyanates, chromates, acids, alkalis, organic substances etc. Filled circle 4Rs, refuse, reduce, reuse, and recycle. Noise pollution. Filled circle sound is measured in decibels, dB. An increase of about 10 decibels is approximately double the increase in loudness. Filled circle. A person's hearing can be damaged if exposed to noise levels over 75 decibels over a prolonged period of time. Filled circle. The World Health Organization recommends that the sound level indoors should be less than 30 decibels. Filled circle. Silence zone is an area comprising not less than 100 meters around hospitals, educational institutions, courts, religious places, or any other area declared as such by a competent authority. Radioactive pollution. Filled circle. Non-ionizing radiations affect only those components which absorb them and have low penetrability. They include short-wave radiation such as ultraviolet rays, which forms a part of solar radiation. Sunburns is due to these radiation. Filled circle. Ionizing radiations have high penetration power and cause breakage of macromolecules. They include X-rays, cosmic rays, and atomic radiations emitted by radioactive elements. Filled circle. Alpha particles can be blocked by a piece of paper and human skin. Filled circle. Beta particles can penetrate through skin, while can be blocked by some pieces of glass and metal. Filled circle. Gamma rays can penetrate easily to human skin and damage cells on its way through, reaching far, and can only be blocked by a very thick, strong, massive piece of concrete. Filled circle. The nuclear arms use uranium-235 and plutonium-239 for fission and hydrogen or lithium as fusion material. Filled circle. The radionuclides with long half-time are the chief source of environmental radioactive pollution. E-waste, in News 24. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. E-waste is not hazardous if it is stocked in safe storage or recycled by scientific methods or transported from one place to the other in parts or in totality in the formal sector. The e-waste can be considered hazardous if recycled by primitive methods. Survey was carried out by the Central Pollution Control Board (CPCB) during 2005 in India. Among top 10 cities, Mumbai ranks first in generating e-waste, followed by Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, Kolkata, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, Pune, Surat and Nagpur. Solid waste. Filled circle. The discarded, abandoned or considered waste-like materials. Filled circle does not include solid or dissolved materials in domestic sewage, or solid or dissolved materials in irrigation return flows or industrial discharges. Filled circle. Conventional plastics have been associated with reproductive problems in both humans and wildlife. Filled circle. Dioxin, highly carcinogenic and toxic, byproduct of the manufacturing process, is one of the chemicals believed to be passed on through breast milk to the nursing infant. Filled circle. Burning of plastics, especially PVC, releases this dioxin and also furan into the atmosphere. Filled circle. Pyrolysis. It is a process of combustion in absence of oxygen or the material burnt under a controlled atmosphere of oxygen. It is an alternative to incineration. The gas and liquid thus obtained can be used as fuels. Waste minimization circles, WMC. It helps small and medium industrial clusters in waste minimization in their industrial plants. Assisted by the World Bank, with the Ministry of Environment and Forests acting as the nodal ministry. Being implemented with the assistance of National Productivity Council, NPC, New Delhi. Aims to realize the objectives of the Policy Statement for Abatement of Pollution, 1992, which states that the government should educate citizens about environmental risks, the economic and health dangers of resource degradation, and the real economic cost of natural resources. Bioremediation. the use of microorganisms, bacteria and fungi, to degrade the environmental contaminants into less toxic forms. Phytomediation is use of plants to remove contaminants from soil and water. Rhizofiltration, a water remediation technique that involves the uptake of contaminants by plant roots. It is used to reduce contamination in natural wetlands and estuary areas. Environmental impact assessment. Filled circle EIA integrates the environmental concerns in the developmental activities right at the time of initiating for preparing the feasibility report. Filled circle notification on environmental impact assessment, EIA, of developmental projects 1994 under the provisions of Environment Protection Act 1986, making EIA mandatory for 29 categories of developmental projects. One more item was added to the list in January 2000. Environmental impact assessment statutory for 30 activities. 25. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled Circle Environment Impact Assessment Notification of 2006 has categorized the developmental projects in two categories, i.e., Category A and Category B. Filled Circle, Category A, projects are appraised at national level by Expert Appraisal Committee. Filled Circle India has constituted the State-Level Environment Impact Assessment Authority, SEIAA, and State-Level Expert Appraisal Committee, SEAC, to decentralize the environmental clearance process. Filled Circle. The objective of EIA is to foresee and address potential environmental problems, concerns, at an early stage of project planning and design. Filled Circle. The EIA process in India is made up of the following phases: screening, scoping, baseline data collection, impact prediction, assessment of alternatives, delineation of mitigation measures and environmental impact statement, public hearing, environment management plan, decision making, monitoring the clearance conditions. Filled Circle salient features of 2006 Amendment. Environment Impact Assessment Notification of 2006 has decentralized the environmental clearance projects by categorizing the developmental projects in two categories, i.e., Category A and Category B. Filled Circle. After the 2006 amendment, the EIA cycle comprises 4 stages: 1. Screening, 2. Scoping, 3. Public hearing, 4. Appraisal. Filled Circle PARIVESH, proactive and responsive facilitation by interactive, virtuous and environmental single window hub. PARIVESH is a single window integrated environmental management system. Key features include single registration and single sign-in for all types of clearances, i.e. environment, forest, wildlife and CRZ, unique ID for all types of clearances required for a particular project, and a single window interface for the proponent to submit applications for getting all types of clearances, i.e. environment, forests, wildlife and CRZ clearances. Biodiversity. Levels of biodiversity. Biodiversity is considered to exist at 3 levels: genetics, species, and ecosystems. A. Genetic diversity. Filled Circle variation in genes within a particular species. Filled Circle. It is the total number of genetic characteristics in the genetic makeup of a species. Filled Circle. Genetic diversity allows species to adapt to changing environments. Filled Circle. The genetic diversity gives us beautiful butterflies, roses, parakeets or coral in a myriad hues, shapes and sizes. B. Species diversity. Filled Circle. It refers to the variety of living organisms on Earth. Filled Circle. Species differ from one another markedly in the genetic makeup, do not interbreed in nature. 26. Telegram, https://t.me/IaaS network website, www.IaaS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle. It is the ratio of one species population over the total number of organisms across all species in the given biome. Filled circle, 0, would be infinite diversity, and 1 represents only one species present. C. Ecosystem, community diversity. Filled circle. This refers to the different types of habitats. A habitat is the cumulative factor of the climate, vegetation and geography of a region. Filled circle. Change in climatic conditions is accompanied by a change in vegetation as well. Filled circle. Thus the variety or diversity of species in the ecosystem is influenced by the nature of the ecosystem. Biodiversity is measured by two major components, 1. Species richness, and 2. Species evenness. I. Species richness. It is the measure of number of species found in a community. A. Alpha diversity. It refers to the diversity within a particular area or ecosystem, and is usually expressed by the number of species, i.e., species richness, in that ecosystem. B. Beta diversity. It is a comparison of diversity between ecosystems, usually measured as the change in amount of species between the ecosystems. C. Gamma diversity. It is a measure of the overall diversity for the different ecosystems within a region. E. Species evenness. Filled circle. It measures the proportion of species at a given site, e.g. low evenness indicates that a few species dominate the site. Filled circle. The building blocks of plants, animals and humans are identical, and are made of the 4 elements: carbon, oxygen, nitrogen and hydrogen. Filled circle. The chain that links consumers to producers is called the food chain or web of life. Biodiversity conservation. Conservation of biological diversity leads to conservation of essential ecological diversity to preserve the continuity of food chains. Ex situ conservation. Filled circle. Conserving biodiversity outside the areas where they naturally occur is known as ex situ conservation. Filled circle. For example, the Gangetic gharial has been reintroduced in the rivers of Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan where it had become extinct. In situ conservation. Filled circle. Conserving the animals and plants in their natural habitats is known as in situ conservation. Filled circle. The established natural habitats are national parks, sanctuaries, biosphere reserves and reserved forests, protected forests, nature reserves. Botanical garden. Botanical garden refers to the scientifically planned collection of living trees, shrubs, herbs, climbers and other plants from various parts of the globe. 27. Telegram. https://t.me/IaaS network website, www.IaaS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Zoo. An establishment, whether stationary or mobile, where captive animals are kept for exhibition to the public and includes a circus and rescue centers but does not include an establishment of a licensed dealer in captive animals, CZA. The Red Data Book. Filled circle. Species judged as threatened are listed by various agencies as well as by some private organizations. The most cited of these lists is the Red Data Book. Filled circle. It is issued by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, located in Morges, Switzerland. Filled circle. The pink pages in this publication include the critically endangered species. Filled circle. Green pages species formerly endangered, but have now recovered to a point where they are no longer threatened. IUCN classification of conservation priority. Extinct, X. A taxon is extinct when there is no reasonable doubt that the last individual has died. Extinct in the wild, EW, a taxon is extinct in the wild when it is known only to survive in cultivation, in captivity or as a naturalized population, or populations, well outside the past range. Critically endangered, CR, criteria. Filled circle reduction in population, greater than 90% over the last 10 years. Filled circle population size, number less than 50 mature individuals. Filled circle quantitative analysis showing the probability of extinction in wild in at least 50% in their 10 years, and filled circle it is therefore considered to be facing an extremely high risk of extinction in the wild. Endangered, N, criteria. Filled circle reduction in population size, 70% over the last 10 years. Filled circle population size estimated to number fewer than 250 mature individuals. Filled circle quantitative analysis showing the probability of extinction in wild in at least 20% within 20 years and very high risk of extinction in wild in near future. Vulnerable, VU, criteria. Filled circle reduction in population, greater than 50% over the last 10 years. 28. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle population size estimated to number fewer than 10,000 mature individuals. Filled circle probability of extinction in wild is at least 10% within 100 years, and filled circle it is therefore considered to be facing a high risk of extinction in the wild. Indian biodiversity. Of the 34 globally identified biodiversity hotspots, India harbors 2 hotspots, i.e., Eastern Himalayas, Western Ghats and Sri Lanka. India represents 1. 2. Realms. Filled circle biogeographic realms are large spatial regions within which ecosystems share a broadly similar biota. Realm is a continent or subcontinent-sized area with unifying features of geography and fauna and flora. Filled circle the Himalayan region represented by Palearctic realm and filled circle the rest of the subcontinent represented by Malayan realm. Filled circle in the world 8 terrestrial biogeographic realms are typically recognized. Filled circle they are 1. Nearctic realm, 2. Palearctic realm, 3. Afrotropical realm, 4. Indo-Malayan realm, 5. Oceania realm 6. Australian realm, 7. Antarctic realm, 8. Neotropical realm. 2. Biomes of India. Filled circle the term biome means the main groups of plants and animals living in areas of certain climate patterns. Filled circle the 5 biomes of India are 1. Tropical humid forests, 2. Tropical dry or deciduous forests, including monsoon forests, 3. Warm deserts and semi-deserts, 4. Coniferous forests and 5. Alpine meadows. Floral diversity 1. Algae. Filled circle the green non-differentiated plants, non-differentiated into organs like root, stem and leaf. Possessing chlorophyll is known as algae. Filled circle the freshwater algae are generally green or blue-green in color, whereas the marine ones are red or brown. Filled circle these are autotrophic plants, as they can manufacture their own food. 2. Fungi. Filled circle non-green non-differentiated plants characterized by total absence of chlorophyll are called fungi. Filled circle molds and mushrooms are the familiar examples of saprophytic fungi. Filled circle the maximum diversity of fungi is in the Western Ghats followed by the Eastern Himalaya and the Western Himalaya. 3. Bacteria. Filled circle non-chlorophyllous microorganisms which lead saprophytic or parasitic existence. Filled circle many of them are pathogenic. Filled circle saprophytic bacteria are rather beneficial. They are soil-borne and many of them are used in industries. 29. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. 4. Lichens. Filled circle, a peculiar combination of an alga and a fungus, the two live deriving mutual benefit. Filled circle, they are a group of grayish-green plants which grow on rocks, tree trunks, dead wood, etc. Filled circle, the algae manufactures carbohydrate food which becomes available to the fungus, and the latter absorbs and retains water and thus keeps the algal cells moist. So it is a nice example of symbiosis. 5. Bryophytes. Filled circle, the plant body is differentiated into a small stem and simple leaves, but true roots are absent. Filled circle, they usually grow in moist places. E.g. liverworts, mosses. Filled circle, they are the second largest group of green plants in India, distributed largely in eastern filled circle Himalaya, northeastern India, western Himalaya and the western Ghats. Filled circle mosses constitute the major component of Indian bryoflora, followed by liverworts and hornworts. 6. Pteridophytes. Filled circle have well-differentiated plant bodies, consisting of roots, stems and leaves. Moreover, they possess vascular bundles. 7. Gymnosperms. Filled circle gymnosperms, gymnos equals naked, sperma equals seed, are the naked seeded plants. Filled circle, they have very simple flowers without accessory whorls, and the microsporophyls, stamens, and megasporophyls, carpels, remain aggregated in cones. 8. Angiosperms. Filled circle angiosperms, angion equals a case, are the closed seeded plants. Filled circle, these are the most highly developed plants which bear flowers having conspicuous accessory and essential whorls. Filled circle carpels have the ovary, style and stigma. Schedule Animals of WPA 1972. Schedule List WPA, 1972 Wildlife Protection Act, WPA, 1972 consists of 6 schedule lists, which give varying degrees of protection. Poaching, smuggling and illegal trade of animals listed Schedule 1 to Schedule 4 are prohibited. Schedule 1 and Part 2 of Schedule 2. Animals listed in Schedule 1 and Part 2 of Schedule 2 have absolute protection. Offenses under these are prescribed the highest penalties. Schedule 3 and Schedule 4. Animals listed in Schedule 3 and Schedule 4 are also protected, but the penalties are lower compared to Schedule 1 and Part 2 of Schedule 2. Schedule 5. Animals listed in Schedule 5 are called vermin, which can be hunted. Mice, rat, common crow and flying fox, fruit-eating bats, are the list of animals, only 4 nos, in Schedule 5, i.e. vermin. 30. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Schedule 6. Cultivation, collection, extraction, trade, etc. of plants and its derivatives listed in Schedule 6 are prohibited. Red vanda, blue vanda, kuth, pitcher plant, bedomes cycad and lady's slipper orchid are the list of plants listed in Schedule 6. Extinct species. Filled circle Caspian tiger, Bali tiger and Java tiger are extinct. The species which are alive are Bengal tiger, Amur tiger, South China tiger, Sumatran and Malayan tiger, Indo-Chinese tiger. Filled circle black soft-shell turtles are classified as extinct in the wild and are being bred in Assam. Filled circle Australia officially declared a Great Barrier Reef rodent called Bramble K. melames extinct recently. It became the first mammal believed to have been killed off by human-induced climate change. Filled circle the rodent lived solely on a tiny sand island in the Torres Strait, near the coast of Papua New Guinea. Filled circle African cheetah, the only mammal to become extinct in India in the last 1,000 years. Animal diversity of India. Critically endangered mammals. 1. Pygmy hog, Porcula salvania. Filled circle is the world's smallest wild pig, with adults weighing only 8 kgs. This species constructs a nest throughout the year. Filled circle. The grasslands where the pygmy hog resides are crucial for the survival of other endangered species such as Indian rhinoceros, swamp deer, wild buffalo, hispid hare, Bengal florican and swamp francolin. Filled circle. In 1996, a captive breeding program of the species was initiated in Assam, and some hogs were reintroduced in Sonai Rupai area in 2009. Filled circle habitat, relatively undisturbed, tall, terai, grasslands. Filled circle distribution. Formerly, the species was more widely distributed along the southern Himalayan foothills but now is restricted to only a single remnant population in Manas Wildlife Sanctuary and its buffer reserves. Filled circle pygmy hog sucking louse, Hematoponus oliveri, a parasite that feeds only on pygmy hogs, will also fall in the same risk category of critically endangered as its survival is linked to that of the host species. 2. Andaman white-toothed shrew, Crocidura andamanensis, Jenkins Andaman spiny shrew. Filled circle, Crocidura jenkinsi, and the Nicobar white-tailed shrew, Crocidura nicobarica. Endemic to India. Filled circle. They are usually active by twilight or in the night and have specialized habitat. Requirements. Filled circle habitat, leaf litter and rock crevices. Filled circle distribution. The Andaman white-toothed shrew is found on Mount Harriet in the South Andaman Islands. 31. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle. The Jenkins Andaman spiny shrew is found on Right Mayo and Mount Harriet in the South Andaman Islands. 3. Kondana rat, Milidea kondana. Filled circle. It is a nocturnal burrowing rodent that is found only in India. Filled circle. It is sometimes known to build nests. Habitat, tropical and subtropical dry, deciduous forests and tropical scrub. Filled circle distribution, known only from the small Srinagar plateau, about 1 square kilometer, near Pune in Maharashtra. Reported from an elevation of about 1,270 meters above mean sea level. 4. The large rock rat or Elvira rat, Cremnomys elvira. Filled circle. It is a medium-sized, nocturnal and burrowing rodent. Endemic to India. Filled circle habitat, tropical dry deciduous shrubland forest, seen in rocky areas. Filled circle distribution, known only from eastern Ghats of Tamil Nadu. Recorded from an elevation of about 600 meters above mean sea level. 5. The Namdapha flying squirrel, Biswamoyoteris biswasi. Filled circle. It is a unique, the only one in its genus, flying squirrel that is restricted to a single valley. In the Namdapha NP. Or, WLS. In Arunachal Pradesh. Filled circle habitat, tropical forest. 6. The Malabar civet, Vivera civetina. Filled circle. It is considered to be one of the world's rarest mammals. Filled circle. It is endemic to India and was first reported from Travancore, Kerala. Filled circle habitat, distribution, Western Ghats. 7. The Sumatran rhinoceros, Dicerorhinus sumatrensis, already extinct from India. Filled circle. It is the smallest and most endangered of the 5 rhinoceros species. Filled circle. It is now thought to be regionally extinct in India, though it once occurred in the foothills of the Himalayas and northeast India. 8. The Javan rhinoceros, Rhinoceros sondaicus. Filled circle. It is also believed to be extinct in India and only a small number survive in Java and Vietnam. 9. Kashmir stag, Hangal, Cervus, Elephas hanglu. Filled circle. It is a subspecies of red deer which is native to India. Filled circle habitat, distribution, in dense riverine forests, high valleys, and mountains of the Kashmir Valley and northern Chumba in Himachal Pradesh. Filled circle state animal of J&K. Marine mammals. 1. Freshwater, river dolphin. Habitat, distribution, India, Bangladesh, Nepal and Pakistan, which is split into two subspecies, the Ganges river dolphin and Indus river dolphin. 2. Ganges river dolphin. Habitat, distribution, Ganges and Brahmaputra rivers and their tributaries in Bangladesh, India and Nepal. The Ganges river dolphin has been recognized by the Government of India as its national aquatic animal. 3. Indus river dolphin. Habitat, distribution, Indus River in Pakistan and its Beas and Sutlej tributaries. 4. Herbivorous marine mammals. 32. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Include dugong and manatees, and they inhabit swamps, rivers, estuaries, marine wetlands, and coastal marine waters. Dugong, dugon, also called as sea cow. Status, vulnerable. Threat, hunting, meat and oil, habitat degradation, and fishing-related fatalities. Manatees. Habitat, distribution, Caribbean Sea, Gulf of Mexico, the Amazon Basin, and West Africa. Threat, coastal development, red tide, hunting. Few exceptions. 1. Egg-laying mammals. The unique feature of monotremes, a subdivision of mammals, is that monotremes lay eggs rather than giving birth to the young. There are only 5 living monotreme, egg-laying mammals species. They are the duck-billed platypus and 4 species of spiny anteaters, also known as echidna. All of them are found only in Australia and New Guinea. 2. Platypus is a semi-aquatic mammal. Habitat, distribution, endemic to eastern Australia, including Tasmania. 3. Marsupials. Marsupials are the group of mammals commonly thought of as pouched mammals, like the wallaby and kangaroo. Marsupial mammals have placenta, but it is very short-lived and does not make as much of a contribution to fetal nourishment. They do not have long gestation times like placental mammals. The short gestation time is due to having a yolk-type placenta in the mother marsupial. Extinct. Marsupial, quagga, the marsupial wolf. List of marsupials: phalangers, opossum, koala, Tasmanian devils, kangaroo, marsupial mole, 4-foot, wallaby, bandicoot, wombats, Tasmanian wolf, tiger, dasyur. Birds. Critically endangered. 1. The Jerdon's courser, Rhinoptilus batorquatus. Filled circle. It is a flagship species for the extremely threatened scrub jungle. Filled circle. The species was considered to be extinct until it was rediscovered in 1986, and the area of rediscovery was subsequently declared as the Sri Lankamalswara Wildlife Sanctuary. Filled circle distribution. Jerdon's courser is endemic to Andhra Pradesh. 2. The forest owlet, Heteroglobe bluati. Filled circle had been lost for more than a century. After 113 long years, the owlet was rediscovered in 1997 and reappeared on the list of Indian birds. Filled circle habitat, dry deciduous forest. Filled circle habitat, distribution, South Madhya Pradesh, in northwest Maharashtra and north-central Maharashtra. 3. The white-bellied heron, Ardea insignis. Filled circle. Extremely rare bird, is found in 5 or 6 sites in Assam and Arunachal Pradesh, 1 or 2 sites in Bhutan, and a few in Myanmar. Filled circle habitat, rivers with sand or gravel bars or inland lakes. 4. The Bengal florican, Huberopsis bengalensis. 33. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle, a rare busted species that is very well known for its mating dance. Among the tall grasslands, secretive males advertise their territories by springing from the ground and flitting to and fro in the air. Filled circle habitat, grasslands occasionally interspersed with scrublands. Filled circle distribution, native to only 3 countries in the world, Cambodia, India and Nepal. In India, it occurs in 3 states, namely Uttar Pradesh, Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. 5. The Himalayan quail, Ophrysia superciliosa. Filled circle, it is presumed to be extinct since no reliable records of sightings of this species exist after 1876. Intensive surveys are required as this species is hard to detect due to its reluctance to fly and its preference for dense grass habitats. Possible sighting of this species was reported in Nainital in 2003. Filled circle habitat, tall grass and scrub on steep hillsides. Filled circle distribution, Western Himalayas. 6. Pink-headed duck, Rhodonissa caryophyllacea. Filled circle, it has not been conclusively recorded in India since 1949. Males have a deep pink head and neck from which the bird derives its name. Filled circle habitat, overgrown still water pools, marshes and swamps in lowland forests and tall grasslands. Filled circle distribution, recorded in India, Bangladesh and Myanmar. Maximum records are from northeast India. 7. Sociable lapwing, Vanellus gregarius. Filled circle, it is a winter migrant to India. This species has suffered a sudden and rapid population decline, due to which it has been listed as critically endangered. Filled circle distribution, Central Asia, Asia Minor, Russia, Egypt, India, Pakistan. In India, habitat distribution is restricted to the north and northwest of the country. 8. Spoon-billed sandpiper, Urinarinchus pygmaeus. Filled circle, it requires highly specialized breeding habitat, a constraint that has always kept its population scarce. Filled circle, India is home to some of the last existing wintering grounds of this species. Filled circle habitat, coastal areas with sparse vegetation. No breeding records further inland than 7 kilometers from the seashore. Filled circle distribution has been recorded in West Bengal, Orissa, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. 9. Siberian crane, Grus leucogeranus. Filled circle, it is a large, strikingly majestic migratory bird that breeds and winters in wetlands. They are filled circle known to winter at Keoladeo National Park, Rajasthan. However, the last documented sighting of the bird was in 2002. Filled circle habitat, wetland areas. Filled circle located distribution, Keoladeo National Park in Rajasthan. Reptiles. 1. Gharial, Gavialis gangeticus. Filled circle, it is the most uniquely evolved crocodilian in the world, a specialized, river-dwelling fish-eater. Filled circle habitat, clean rivers with sand banks. Filled circle distribution, only viable population in the National Chambal Sanctuary, spread across 3 states of Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh in India. Filled circle, small non-breeding populations exist in Son, Gandak, Hooghly and Gagra rivers. Filled circle now extinct in Myanmar, Pakistan, Bhutan and Bangladesh. 34. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. 2. Hawksbill turtle, Eretmaculus imbricata. Filled circle. It is a heavily exploited species. The species is migratory in nature and nesting occurs in about 70 countries across the world. Maturation is slow and is estimated between 25 to 40 years. Filled circle habitat. Nesting occurs on insular, sandy beaches. Filled circle distribution. In India they are found in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the coast of Tamil Nadu and Orissa. 3. Leatherback turtle, Dimachilles coriacea. Filled circle. It is the largest of the living sea turtles, weighing as much as 900 kilograms. Filled circle. Adult leatherback turtles are excellent swimmers. They swim an average of 45–65 kilometers a day. Travel. Jellyfish is their primary food. Filled circle. The population spikes of leatherback coincide with abundance of jellyfish, making them important top predators in marine environments. Filled circle habitat. Tropical and subtropical oceans. 4. Four-toed river terrapin or river terrapin, Bataga basca, a type turtle. Filled circle. The omnivorous diet of the river terrapin and other terrapin species makes them an essential part of the efficient cleanup systems of aquatic habitats. Filled circle habitat. Freshwater rivers and lakes. Filled circle distribution. Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, Indonesia and Malaysia. 5. Red-crowned roofed turtle or the Bengal roof turtle, Bataga kachaga. Filled circle. Mainly restricted to the Ganga basin. Males have a bright red coloration during the breeding season. Filled circle habitat. Deep, flowing rivers but with terrestrial nest sites. Filled circle distribution. Found in India, Bangladesh and Nepal. In India it resides basically in the watershed of the Ganga. 6. Cispara day gecko, Snamaspus cisparensis. Filled circle. It is a large gecko which dwells usually in forests. It is largely insectivorous and nocturnal. Filled circle habitat. Distribution. Endemic to Western Ghats, and found in Cispara, Nilgiris, Cavali near Kochi. Fish. 1. The Pondicherry shark, Carcharinus hemiodon. Filled circle. It is a marine fish that occurs inshore on continental and insular shelves. Filled circle. This is a very rare and little known species. Filled circle habitat. Distribution. Indian Ocean, from Gulf of Oman to Pakistan, India and possibly Sri Lanka. Filled circle in scattered localities spanning India to New Guinea. Also recorded at the mouth of the Hooghly River. 35. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. 2. The Ganges shark, Glyphis gangeticus. Filled circle. It is a uniquely adapted fish-eating shark that occurs in the turbid waters of the Ganga River and the Bay of Bengal. The small eyes suggest that it is adapted to living in turbid water, while the slender teeth of the species suggest that it is primarily a fish-eater. Filled circle habitat. Distribution. It occurs in India and possibly in Pakistan. The Ganga River system and Hooghly River mouth are its known habitats. Endangered mammals. 1. Wild ass, Kur, Equus hemionus Kur. Filled circle. Once extended from western India, southern Pakistan, Afghanistan, and southeastern Iran. Today, its last refuge lies in the Indian Wild Ass Sanctuary, Little Rann of Kutch. Filled circle. Threat diseases in 1958–1960, Surra disease, caused by Trypanosoma avansii and transmitted by flies. 2. Dhole, Asiatic wild dog or Indian wild dog, Quan alpinus. 3. Eld's deer, Thaman or brow-antlered deer, Panalia eldi, filled circle deer indigenous to Southeast Asia. Filled circle found in the Kabul Lamjau National Park, KLNP, Manipur. 4. Himalayan brown, red bear, Ursus arctos isabellinus. Filled circle India's largest animals in the Himalayas, omnivores. Himalayan brown bears exhibit sexual dimorphism. Filled circle distribution, Nepal, Pakistan, and northern India. 5. Golden langur, Trachypithecus gyi, filled circle primate, is an Old World monkey. Filled circle distribution, small region of western Assam and in the neighboring foothills of the Black Mountains of Bhutan. 6. Himalayan wolf. Filled circle habitat, distribution, Trans-Himalayan region of Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir in northern India. 7. Himalayan, white-bellied musk deer. Filled circle habitat, distribution, Kashmir, Kumaon and Sikkim. Filled circle musk deer lack antlers, but they possess a pair of enlarged canines that grow continuously. Filled circle deer musk is a substance with a persistent odor obtained from a gland of the male musk deer, only males produce the musk. 8. Hispid hare, Assam rabbit, Caprolagus hispidus. Filled circle habitat, distribution, southern foothills of the central Himalayas. Filled circle status, endangered. Filled circle. The habitat of hispid hares is highly fragmented due to increasing agriculture, flood control, and human development. 9. Hog deer. Filled circle habitat, distribution, northern India. Filled circle name, the hog deer runs through the forests with its head hung low, hog-like manner, so that it ducks under obstacles instead of leaping over them like most other deer do. 10. Lion-tailed macaque, Wandero, Macaca silenus, filled circle endemic to the Western Ghats. Filled circle avoid human presence and they do not live, feed or travel, through plantations. 36. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle habitat, lion-tailed macaques live in southwest India in pockets of evergreen forests, called sholas, in the Western Ghats range. Today, they only live in mountain forests 3 Indian states, Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. Filled circle captive breeding, Arigna Anna Zoological Park, Chennai and in Mysore Zoo. 11. Markhor, Capra falconeri. Filled circle exhibits sexual dimorphism. National animal of Pakistan. Filled circle habitat, distribution mountains of Central Asia. Filled circle in India, some parts of Jammu and Kashmir. Status, endangered. Filled circle threat, hunting, both for meat and for its twisted horns. 12. Nilgiri langur, Nilgiri leaf monkey, Trachypithecus johni. Filled circle habitat, distribution, hilly areas of Western Ghats in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Filled circle tropical wet evergreen, semi-evergreen and riparian forests. 13. Nilgiri tahr. Filled circle. The Nilgiri tahr is the largest of the 3 tahr species, inhabiting montane grasslands of Western Ghats. Filled circle. It is the state animal of Tamil Nadu. Filled circle shola forests, stunted evergreen forests, are typically avoided by tahr. 14. Great Indian one-horn rhinoceros. Filled circle habitat, found only in the tall grasslands and forests in the foothills of the Himalayas. Filled circle national parks, Kaziranga National Park, Pobatora Wildlife Sanctuary, Manas National Park, Assam. 15. Wild ass. Filled circle habitat, flat grassland covered expanse known as bets, islands where coarse grasses spring up during the monsoon. Filled circle national parks, Little Rann of Kutch, Gujarat. Vulnerable mammals. 1. Chiru, Tibetan antelope. Filled circle habitat, Tibet cold desert. Filled circle threat. The chiru is threatened by hunting for its fine wool, which is used to make the chartouche scarves, meat, and magnificent horns. 2. Himalayan tahr. Filled circle habitat, Himalayas. Filled circle tahr have many characteristics in common with true goats, but lack a beard and have several other unique features. 3. Black buck. Filled circle habitat, grassland black buck show sexual dimorphism. 4. Gaur filled circle. The gaur, Boscorus, also called Indian bison, is a large bovine native to South Asia and Southeast Asia. Filled circle. The domesticated form of the gaur, Bos frontalis, is called gale or mithun. 5. Four-horned antelope, Chusinga. Filled circle. The four-horned antelope must drink water regularly in order to survive. 6. Tarkeen filled circle. Mountainous regions in the Himalayan mountains and western China. 7. Nilgiri marten. 37. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle endemic to the Western Ghats. Filled circle inhabits areas that are far from human disturbance. Semi-arboreal lifestyle. Martens are carnivorous animals. Filled circle only species of marten are considered vulnerable to extinction. Filled circle only species of marten found in southern India. 8. Red panda. Filled circle endemic to the temperate forests of the Himalayas. Filled circle diet, omnivorous, mainly on bamboo. Filled circle habitat, distribution, Sikkim and Assam, northern Arunachal Pradesh. 9. Marbled cat, Pardafelis marmorata. Filled circle habitat, distribution, from northern India and Nepal, through southeastern Asia to Borneo and Sumatra. Filled circle in India, Sikkim, Darjeeling, moist tropical forest. Filled circle arboreal in nature. 10. Barasingha or swamp deer, Rucervus duvorsali. Filled circle habitat, distribution isolated localities in northern and central India, and southwestern Nepal. 11. Indian wolf. Filled circle habitat, distribution, range extends from south of the Himalayas. 12. Oriental small-clawed otter, Asian small-clawed otter, Aunix cinerea. Filled circle otter, any of 13 living species of semi-aquatic mammals which feed on fish and shellfish, and also other invertebrates, amphibians, birds and small mammals. Filled circle. It is the smallest otter species in the world. Filled circle. It lives in mangrove swamps and freshwater wetlands. 13. Clouded leopard, Neofelis nebulosa. Filled circle habitat, distribution, Himalayan foothills through mainland Southeast Asia into China. Filled circle. They occur in northern West Bengal, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland and Tripura. 14. Asian black bear, moon bear or white-chested bear, Ursus thibetanus, filled circle medium-sized species of bear, largely adapted for arboreal life. Filled circle habitat, distribution, seen across much of the Himalayas, Korea, northeastern China, the Russian Far East and the Honshu and Shikoku Islands of Japan. Important species: Ganges river dolphin. Filled circle, also known as Susu, IUCN endangered, Cites Appendix I. Filled circle. The South Asian river dolphin is a freshwater or river dolphin found in India, Bangladesh, Nepal and Pakistan, which is split into two subspecies, the Ganges river dolphin and Indus river dolphin. Filled circle. The Ganges river dolphin is primarily found in the Ganges and Brahmaputra rivers and their tributaries in Bangladesh, India and Nepal, while the Indus river dolphin is found in the Indus River in Pakistan and its Beas and Sutlej tributaries. Filled circle. The Ganges river dolphin has been recognized by the Government of India as its national Aquatic animal. Filled circle. Nearly 50% of the total population of Ganges River dolphins is found in Bihar. These dolphins are found in Assam, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Bihar, Jharkhand. 38. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. And West Bengal, 7 states, and ideal habitats are in the Ganga, Chambal, Gagra, Gandak, Son, Kosi, the Brahmaputra and Kulsi rivers. Filled circle. The Ganges River dolphin is essentially blind. They hunt by emitting ultrasonic sounds, which bounces off of fish and other prey. Pangolin. Filled circle. Pangolin is the only scaly mammal on the planet. Filled circle. According to the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species, CITES, it is also the most illegally traded vertebrate within its class, Mammalia. Filled circle. CITES Appendix I. All 8 pangolin species are being transferred from Appendix II to Appendix I, thus prohibiting any international commercial trade in pangolin parts. Filled circle. Of the 8 species of pangolin worldwide, 2 are found in India. They are Chinese pangolins, mostly found in northeast India, and Indian pangolins. Filled circle. Indian pangolin, IUCN status is endangered. Wildlife Protection Act 1972 Schedule 1. Filled circle. Chinese pangolin critically endangered. Filled circle. Pangolins are smuggled for its scales, as it is believed that they possess magic or charms and have medicinal properties. Sarus crane. Filled circle. It is the tallest flying bird in the world standing. Filled circle. Sarus crane is listed in Schedule 4 of the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Filled circle. It is state bird of UP. Otter. Filled circle. Eurasian otter, smooth-coated otter, small-clawed otter are found in India. Filled circle. The occurrence of all 3 species has been reported from northeast India and the western Ghats. Filled circle. They are usually poached for their skin. Filled circle. River otters are an important indicator species. This is because the otter is a strict carnivore, and contaminants that occur in the environment may concentrate in the otter over time in a process known as biomagnification. Filled circle. IUCN Conservation Status Omicron Smooth-coated otter, vulnerable. Omicron Small-clawed otter, vulnerable. Indian star tortoise. Filled circle. The Indian star tortoise is a threatened species of tortoise found in dry areas and scrub forest in India, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Filled circle. It is listed in Schedule 4 of Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. Filled circle. It is listed as vulnerable in IUCN's Red List. GHARIAL. Filled circle. The gharial is one of 3 crocodiles native to India, the other 2 being the mugger crocodile and the saltwater crocodile. Filled circle. The male gharial has a distinctive boss at the end of the snout, which resembles an earthenware pot known in Hindi as gara. The gharial's common name is derived from this similarity. Filled circle. Highest number of gharial is found in River Chambal. 39. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle. Mugger crocodile. The mugger crocodile, also called the Indian crocodile, or marsh crocodile, is found throughout the Indian subcontinent. It is listed as vulnerable by IUCN. The mugger is mainly a freshwater species, and found in lakes, rivers and marshes. Filled circle. Saltwater crocodile. It is the largest of all living reptiles. It is listed as least concerned by IUCN. It is found throughout the east coast of India. Great Indian bustard. Filled circle. Endemic to Indian subcontinent, largest bird horizontally, heaviest flying bird, highest Population in Rajasthan. Filled circle flagship grassland species. Filled circle WPA Schedule 1. Filled circle IUCN critically endangered, also, CR, by BirdLife International. Filled circle CITES Appendix I. Filled circle listed in CMS or Bonn Convention. Filled circle recovery program under Integrated Development of Wildlife Habitat. Plant diversity of India. Plant classification. Filled circle herb is defined as a plant whose stem is always green and tender with height of not more than 1 meter. Filled circle shrub is defined as a woody perennial plant differing from a perennial herb in its persistent state and a woody stem. It differs from a tree in its long stature and its habit of branching from the base. Not more than 6 meters in height. Filled circle tree is defined as a large woody perennial plant having a single well-defined stem with a more or less definite crown. Filled circle parasites an organism that draws a part or whole of its nourishment from another living organism, not from soil. They grow on some living plant called host and penetrate their sucking roots, called haustoria, into the host plants. Filled circle epiphytes, plant growing on the host plant but not nourished by the host plant. They only take the help of the host plant in getting access to light. Their roots perform two functions. While changing roots establish the plant on the branches of the host plant, aerial roots draw moisture from the air. E.g. Vanda, climbers. Insectivorous plants. Filled circle. These plants are specialized in trapping insects and are popularly known as insectivorous plants. Filled circle insectivorous plants can broadly be divided into active and passive types based on their method of trapping their prey. Filled circle. The active ones can close their leaf traps the moment insects land on them. Filled circle. The passive plants have a pitfall mechanism, having some kind of jar or pitcher-like structure into which the insect slips and falls, to eventually be digested. The Indian hunters. Filled circle insectivorous plants of India belong mainly to three families: 1. Droseraceae, 2. Nepenthaceae and 3. Lentibulariaceae. 40. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle medicinal properties. Drosera are capable of curdling milk, its bruised leaves are applied on blisters, used for dyeing silk. Nepenthes in local medicine to treat cholera patients. The liquid inside the pitcher is useful for urinary troubles, it is also used as eye drops. Utricularia is useful against cough, for dressing of wounds, as a remedy for urinary disease. In India, species like Drosera peltata, Aldrovanda vesiculosa and Nepenthes cassiana have been included in the Red Data Book as endangered plants. Invasive alien species. Purposely or accidentally, people often bring non-native species into new areas where the species have few or no natural predators to keep their populations in check. Aliens are species that occur outside the natural range. Alien species that threaten native plants and animals or other aspects of biodiversity are called alien invasive species. Biological invasion by alien species is recognized as one of the major threats to native species and ecosystems. The effects on biodiversity are enormous and often irreversible. Some invasive alien flora of India. 1. Needlebush, nativity, trop. South America. 2. Black wattle, nativity, Southeast Australia, distribution in India, Western Ghats. 3. Goatweed, nativity, trop. America. 4. Prickly poppy, nativity, trop. Central and South America. 5. Blumea eriantha, nativity, trop. America. 6. Palmyra, Toddy palm, nativity, trop. Africa. 7. Calotropis, madder, swallowwort, nativity, trop. Africa. 8. Datura, mad plant, thorn apple, nativity, trop. America. 9. Water hyacinth, nativity, trop. America. 10. Impatiens, balsam, nativity, trop. America. 11. Touch me not, sleeping grass, nativity, Brazil. 12. 4 feet 0, clock plant, nativity, Peru. 13. Parthenium, congress grass, Parthenium, nativity, trop. North America. 14. Prosopis juliflora, mesquite, nativity, Mexico. 15. Townsend grass, nativity, trop. W. Asia. Medicinal plants. 1. Bedomes cycad, Perita iconciatha, Eastern Peninsular India. Uses. The male cones of the plant are used by local herbalists as a cure for rheumatoid arthritis and muscle pains. Fire-resistant property is also there. 2. Blue Vanda, autumn ladies' tresses orchid distribution, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Nagaland. Vanda is one of the few botanical orchids with blue flowers, a property much appreciated for producing interspecific and intergeneric hybrids. 3. Kuth, Kustha, Pushkamula, uplet distribution, Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh uses, it is used as an anti-inflammatory drug. 41. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. 4. Ladies' slipper orchid. Uses. These types of orchids are mainly used as collector's items and treat anxiety insomnia. 5. Red Vanda distribution, Manipur, Assam, Andhra Pradesh. Uses. As a whole, orchids are collected to satisfy an ever-demanding market of orchid fanciers, especially in Europe, North America and Asia. 6. Sarpaganda. Distribution, sub-Himalayan tract from Punjab eastwards to Nepal, Sikkim, Assam, eastern and western Ghats, parts of central India and in the Andamans. Uses. It is used for treating various central nervous system disorders. Important marine organisms of India. Plankton. Filled circle. The term, plankton, refers to the group of organisms which float in the surface waters of the rivers, lakes and oceans. Filled circle includes both microscopic plants like algae, phytoplankton, and animals like crustaceans and protozoans, zooplankton, found in all aquatic ecosystems, except certain swift-moving waters. Filled circle. The locomotory power of the planktons is limited so that the distribution is controlled. Phytoplankton. Filled circle derived from the Greek words phyto, plant, and plankton, made to wander or drift. Phytoplankton are microscopic plant organisms that live in aquatic environments, both salty and fresh. Filled circle. Some phytoplankton are bacteria, some are protists, and most are single-celled plants. Among the common kinds are cyanobacteria, silica-encased diatoms, dinoflagellates, green algae, and chalk-coated coccolithophores. Filled circle. Phytoplankton produce more than 60% of oxygen produced from all plants. Filled circle. All phytoplankton photosynthesize, but some get additional energy by consuming other organisms. Filled circle. Their total biomass is many times greater than that of the total plants on land, and they serve as the pasture grounds in the aquatic environment. Zooplankton. Filled circle play a vital role in the food web of the food chain, nutrient recycling, and in transfer of organic matter from primary producers to secondary consumers like fishes. Sea grass. Filled circle. Specialized angiosperms, marine flowering plants, that resemble grass in appearance. Filled circle, they produce flowers, have strap-like or oval leaves and a root system. Filled circle, they grow in shallow coastal waters with sandy or muddy bottoms and require comparatively calm areas. Filled circle, they are the only group of higher plants adapted to life in the salt water. Filled circle, major seagrass meadows in India occur along the southeast coast of Tamil Nadu and in the lagoons of a few Lakshadweep islands. 42. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle, few grass beds around Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Seaweeds. Filled circle are thalloid plants, macroscopic algae, which mean they have no differentiation of true tissues such as roots, stems and leaves. Filled circle have leaf-like appendages. Filled circle grow in shallow coastal waters wherever sizable substrata is available. Uses of seaweeds. 1. Seaweeds are important as food for humans, feed for animals, and fertilizer for plants. 2. Seaweeds are used as a drug for goiter treatment, intestinal and stomach disorders. 3. Products like agar-agar and alginates, iodine, which are of commercial value, are extracted from seaweeds. 4. By the biodegradation of seaweed, methane-like, economically important gases can be produced in large quantities. 5. Potential indicators of pollution in the coastal ecosystem, particularly heavy metal pollution due to their ability to bind and accumulate metals strongly. 6. Rotting seaweed is a potent source of hydrogen sulfide, a highly toxic gas. Protected Area Network. Protected Areas, PA. Filled circle, the adoption of a national policy for wildlife conservation in 1970 and the enactment of the Wildlife Protection Act in 1972 lead to a significant growth in the protected areas. 669 protected areas including 102 national parks, 515 wildlife sanctuaries, 49 conservation reserves and 4 community reserves. Wildlife Sanctuary, WLS. Filled circle, the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972 provided for the declaration of certain areas by the state government as wildlife sanctuaries if the area was thought to be of adequate ecological, geomorphological and natural significance. Filled circle, there are over 500 wildlife sanctuaries in the country, of which tiger reserves are governed by Project Tiger. Filled circle, a wildlife sanctuary is defined by the state government via a notification. Filled circle, there is no need to pass legislation, act, by the state assembly to declare a wildlife sanctuary. Fixation and alteration of boundaries can be done by the state legislature via resolution. Filled circle, no alteration of boundaries in wildlife sanctuaries can be done without approval of the NBWL, National Board of Wildlife. Limited human activities are permitted in the sanctuary. National Park, NP. Filled circle, the Wildlife Protection Act, WPA, of 1972 provided for the declaration of national parks by the state government are declared in areas that are considered to be of adequate ecological, geomorphological and natural significance although within the law. Filled circle, no human activity is permitted inside the national park except for the ones permitted by the Chief Wildlife Warden of the state under the conditions given in the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. 43. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Difference between NP and BR. Filled circle, the difference in conservation value of a national park from that of a sanctuary is not specified in the WPA 1972. Filled circle, national parks enjoy a greater degree of protection than sanctuaries. Filled circle. Certain activities which are regulated in sanctuaries, such as grazing of livestock, are prohibited in national parks. Filled circle. Wildlife sanctuary can be created for a particular species, for e.g. grizzled giant squirrel sanctuary in Srivilaputta, whereas the national park is not primarily focused on a particular species. General provision for sanctuary and national park. Filled circle. Declaration of the protected area by the state government. Filled circle. No alteration of boundaries of a sanctuary, national park shall be made except on recommendation of the National Board for Wildlife. Filled circle. Settlement of rights. The state government shall make alternative arrangements required for making available fuel, fodder and other forest produce. Filled circle. Claim of rights. In the case of a claim to a right in or over any land referred to, the collector shall pass an order admitting or rejecting the same in whole or in part. Collector may allow, in consultation with the chief wildlife warden, the continuation of any right of any person in or over any land within the limits of the sanctuary. Conservation reserve and community reserves. Filled circle. It is outcome of amendments to the Wildlife Protection Act in 2003. Filled circle. It provides for a flexible system wherein wildlife conservation is achieved without compromising the community needs. Conservation reserves. Filled circle. It is an area owned by the state government adjacent to national parks and sanctuaries for protecting the landscape, seascape and habitat of fauna and flora. It is managed through a Conservation Reserve Management Committee. Filled circle. State government may, after having consultations with the local communities, declare any area owned by the government as conservation reserve. Filled circle. Tirupadamarother Conservation Reserve in Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu is the first conservation reserve established in the country. Community reserve. Filled circle. State government may notify any community land or private land as a community reserve, provided that the members of that community or concerned are agreeable to offer such area for protecting the fauna and flora, as well as their traditions, cultures and practices. Filled circle. The declaration of such an area is aimed at improving the socio-economic conditions of the living in such areas as well as conserving the reserve is managed through a reserve management committee. Filled circle. No change in the land use pattern shall be made within the community reserve, except in according with a resolution passed by the management committee and approval of same by the state government. 44. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Coastal protected areas. Filled circle. It aims to protect and conserve the natural marine ecosystems in their pristine condition. Filled circle. Marine protected area, MPA, as any area of intertidal or subtidal terrain, together with its overlaying water and associated flora, fauna, historical and cultural features, which has been reserved by law or other effective means to protect part or all of the enclosed environment, IUCN. Filled circle. The MPAs in marine environments in India are primarily classified into following three categories. Filled circle. Category I. This covers national parks and sanctuaries and has entire areas in intertidal, subtidal or mangroves, coral reefs, creeks, seagrass beds, algal beds, estuaries, lagoons. Filled circle. Category II. This includes islands, which have major parts in marine ecosystem and some part in terrestrial ecosystem. Filled circle. Category IIIA. This includes sandy beaches beyond intertidal line but occasionally interacting with the seawater. Filled circle. Category MB. This includes evergreen or semi-evergreen forests of islands. Sacred groves of India. Filled circle. Sacred groves comprise patches of forests or natural vegetation, from a few trees to forests of several acres that are usually dedicated to local folk deities. Filled circle. In India, sacred groves are found all over the country and abundantly along the western Ghats in the states of Kerala and Karnataka. Ecologically sensitive zones, ESZs. It is created to act as a buffer for further protection around protected areas, PAR, such as national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. Activities around such areas are regulated and managed so as to protect the environment. ESZ is notified under Section 3 of the Environment Protection Act, 1986 by the Union Ministry of Environment and Forest. ESZ guidelines classify activities under 3 categories. Omicron prohibited, commercial mining, setting of sawmill, setting of industries causing pollution, establishment of major hydroelectric projects, etc. Omicron regulated, felling of trees, establishment of hotels and resorts, erection of electrical cables, drastic change of agricultural systems, etc. Omicron permitted, ongoing agriculture and horticulture practices by local communities, rainwater harvesting, organic farming, etc. Global initiatives. The Man and Biosphere. Field Circle. The Man and the Biosphere (MAB) program is an intergovernmental scientific program aiming to set a scientific basis for the improvement of the relationships between people and their environment globally. 45. Telegram. https://t.me/iasnetwork website, www.ias. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Field Circle. Launched in the early 1970s, it proposes an interdisciplinary research agenda and capacity building that targets the ecological, social and economic dimensions of biodiversity loss and the reduction of this loss. Field Circle. Identify and assess the changes in the biosphere resulting from human and natural activities and the effects of these changes on humans and the environment, in particular in the context of climate change. Field Circle. MAB combines the natural and social sciences, economics and education to improve human livelihoods and the equitable sharing of benefits, and to safeguard natural and managed ecosystems. Field Circle. Study and compare the dynamic interrelationships between natural, near-natural ecosystems and socio-economic processes. Field Circle. Promote the exchange and transfer of knowledge on environmental problems and solutions, and to foster environmental education for sustainable development. Field Circle. Ensure basic human welfare and a livable environment in the context of rapid urbanization and energy consumption as drivers of environmental change. Field Circle. Its world network of biosphere reserves currently counts 669 sites in 120 countries all over the world, including 16 transboundary sites. Biosphere Reserve, BR. Field Circle. The International Coordinating Council, ICC, of UNESCO, November, 1971, introduced the designation Biosphere Reserve, for natural areas. Field Circle. Biosphere Reserve, BR, is an international designation by UNESCO for representative parts of natural and cultural landscapes extending over a large area of terrestrial or coastal, marine ecosystems or a combination thereof. Field Circle. BRs are special environments for both people and the nature and are living examples of how human beings and nature can coexist while respecting each other's needs. Field Circle. Biosphere reserves are sites established by countries and recognized under UNESCO's Man and the Biosphere (MAB) program. Biosphere Reserves, an Indian Approach 1. National Biosphere Reserve Program. Initiated in 1986. Objectives: to conserve the diversity integrity of plants and animals within natural ecosystems. To safeguard genetic diversity of species on which their continuing evolution depend. To provide areas for multifaceted research and monitoring. To provide facilities for education and training. To ensure sustainable use of natural resources through the most appropriate technology for the improvement of economic well-being of the local people. Structure and design of biosphere reserves. In order to undertake complementary activities of biodiversity conservation and development of sustainable management aspects, biosphere reserves are demarcated into 3 interrelated zones. 1. The core zone. The core zone should be kept absolutely undisturbed. The core zone is to be kept free from all human pressures external to the system. 2. The buffer zone. 46. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Buffer zone adjoins or surrounds core zone. Its uses and activities are managed in ways that protect the core zone. These uses and activities include restoration, demonstration sites for enhancing value addition to the resources, limited recreation, tourism, fishing and grazing, which are permitted to reduce its effect on the core zone. Research and educational activities are to be encouraged. 3. The transition zone. The transition zone is the outermost part of a biosphere reserve. This is usually not a delimited one and is a zone of cooperation where conservation, knowledge and management skills are applied and uses are managed in harmony with the purpose of the biosphere reserve. This includes settlements, croplands, managed forests and areas for intensive recreation, and other economic uses characteristic of the region. Biodiversity hotspots. Field Circle Biodiversity Hotspot concept was put forth by Norman Myers in 1988. Field Circle to qualify as a hotspot, a region must meet two strict criteria. A. Species endemism. It must contain at least 1,500 species of vascular plants, greater than 0.5% of the world's total, as endemics, and B. Degree of threat. It has to have lost at least 70% of its original habitat. Field Circle Indian Biodiversity Hotspots 1. The Eastern Himalayas 2. Indo-Burma and 3. The Western Ghats and Sri Lanka. Eastern Himalayas Hotspot. The region encompassing Bhutan, northeastern India, and southern, central, and eastern Nepal. The region is geologically young and shows high altitudinal variation. Has nearly 163 globally threatened species, both flora and fauna, including the one-horned rhinoceros, the wild Asian water buffalo. The plant species Erminia himalayensis was found at an altitude of 6,300 meters in northwestern Himalayas. A few threatened endemic bird species such as the Himalaya quail, cheer pheasant, western tragopan are found here, along with some of Asia's largest and most endangered birds such as the Himalayan vulture and white-bellied heron. Endemic mammals like the golden langur, the Himalayan tahr, the pygmy hog, langurs, Asiatic wild dogs, sloth bears, gaurs, muntjac, sambar, snow leopard, mac bear, blue sheep, tarkeen, the Gangetic dolphin, wild water buffalo, swamp deer call the Himalayan range their home. Western Ghats and Sri Lanka. Western Ghats, also known as the Sahyadri Hills, encompasses the mountain forests in the southwestern parts of India and highlands of southwestern Sri Lanka. The important populations include Asian elephant, Nilgiri tahr, Indian tigers, lion-tailed macaque, giant squirrel, etc. World Heritage Sites. Field Circle. The sites are designated as having outstanding universal value under the Convention Concerning the Protection of the World. Cultural and Natural Heritage. 47. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Field Circle. Until the end of 2004, there were 6 criteria for cultural heritage and 4 criteria for natural heritage. In 2005 this was modified so that there is only one set of 10 criteria. Nominated sites must be of outstanding universal value and meet at least one of the 10 criteria. Field Circle. The United Nations proclaimed May 22 as the International Day for Biological Diversity. IDB, to increase understanding and awareness of biodiversity issues. Field Circle. Natural heritage sites are restricted to those natural areas that 1. Furnish outstanding examples of the Earth's record of life or its geologic processes. 2. Provide excellent examples of ongoing ecological and biological evolutionary processes. 3. Contain natural phenomena that are rare, unique, superlative, or of outstanding beauty. Or 4. Furnish habitats or rare endangered animals or plants or sites of exceptional biodiversity. Conservation efforts. Project Tiger. Field Circle Project Tiger centrally sponsored scheme was launched in 1973 with the following objectives. Field Circle to ensure maintenance of available population of tigers in India for scientific, economic, aesthetic, cultural and ecological value. Field Circle to preserve, for all times, the areas of such biological importance as a national heritage for the benefit, education and enjoyment of the people. Field Circle aim conservation of the endangered species and harmonizing the rights of tribal people living in and around tiger reserves. Tiger Reserve. Field Circle tiger reserves are areas that are notified for the protection of the tiger and its prey, and are governed by Project Tiger, which was launched in the country in 1973. Field Circle initially 9 tiger reserves were covered under the project, and has currently increased to 42. Falling in 17 states, tiger reserve states. Field Circle the state government shall, on recommendation of the National Tiger Conservation Authority, notify an area as a tiger reserve. National Tiger Conservation Authority, NTCA. Field Circle. The Amendment Act of 2006 provides for the constitution of a statutory authority known as the National Tiger Conservation Authority to aid in the implementation of measures for the conservation of the tiger. Estimation of tiger populations. Checkmark. The most commonly used technique in the past was pugmark census technique. In this method, the imprints of the pugmark of the tiger were recorded and used as a basis for identification of individuals. Now it is largely used as one of the indices of tiger occurrence and relative abundance. Checkmark. Recent methods used to estimate the numbers of tigers are camera trapping and DNA. Fingerprinting. Checkmark. In camera trapping, the photograph of the tiger is taken and individuals are differentiated on the basis of the stripes on the body. Checkmark. In the latest technique of DNA fingerprinting, tigers can be identified from their scats. Project Elephant. 48. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Field Circle Project Elephant was launched in February 1992 as a centrally sponsored scheme to assist states having free-ranging populations of wild elephants and to ensure long-term survival of identified viable populations of elephants in their natural habitats. Field Circle implemented in 13 states, LITs, viz. Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Kerala, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Orissa, Tamil Nadu, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal. Small support is also being given to Maharashtra and Chhattisgarh. Field Circle objectives: to protect elephants, their habitat and corridors, to address issues of man-animal conflict, welfare of domesticated elephants. Monitoring of illegal killing of elephants, MIKE program. Field Circle mandated by COP resolution of CITES, MIKE program started in South Asia in the year 2003 with following purpose. Field Circle to provide information needed for elephant range states to make appropriate management and enforcement decisions, and to build institutional capacity within the range states for the long-term management of their elephant populations. Field Circle main objectives: 1. To measure levels and trends in the illegal hunting of elephants. 2. To determine changes in these trends over time. 3. To determine the factors causing or associated with such changes, and to try and assess in particular to what extent observed trends are a result of any decisions taken by the conference of the parties to CITES. Hathi Mere Sathi. Field Circle Hathi Meer Sathi is a campaign launched by the Ministry of Environment and Forest, MoF, in partnership with the Wildlife Trust of India. Field Circle to improve conservation and welfare prospects of the elephant, India's national heritage animal. Field Circle. The campaign was launched at the Elephant 8 ministerial meeting held in Delhi on the 24th of May 2011. Field Circle. The E8 countries comprise of India, Botswana, the Republic of Congo, Indonesia, Kenya, Sri Lanka, Tanzania, and Thailand. Field Circle. The E8 ministerial meeting represented regions with all three species of elephants, viz. L. Elephas maximus, Asian elephant, 2. Loxodonta africana, African bush elephant, 3. Loxodonta cyclotis, African forest elephant. The campaign mascot, Gaju. Checkmark. The campaign focuses on various target audience groups including locals near elephant habitats, youth, policy makers, among others. Checkmark. It envisions setting up of Gajah, the elephant, centers in elephant landscapes across the country to spread awareness on their plight and invoke people's participation in addressing the threats to them. E50 Forum. Checkmark. The E8 countries decided to hold the first International Congress of E50 Forum in early 2013 at New Delhi, India, for adopting a common global vision on conservation, management and welfare of elephants across all range countries. Vulture. India has 9 species of vultures in the wild. They are the 49. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. 1. Oriental white-backed vulture, Gyps bengalensis. 2. Slender-billed vulture, Gyps tenuirostris, Schedule 1, Wildlife Conservation Act. 3. Long-billed vulture, Gyps indicus. 4. Egyptian vulture, Neophron pycnopterus. 5. Red-headed vulture, Sarcogyps calvus, IUCN status, critically endangered. 6. Indian griffon vulture, Gyps fulvus, Schedule 1, Wildlife Conservation Act, IUCN status, critically endangered. 7. Himalayan griffon, Gyps himalayensis. 8. Cinereus vulture, Aegypius monachus. 9. Bearded vulture or lammergeier, Gypaetus barbatus. Checkmark. Decline of vulture populations in India was first recorded at the Keoladeo Ghana National Park, Rajasthan. Checkmark. Red-headed vulture or king vulture, slender-billed vulture and long-billed vulture are listed as critically endangered. Checkmark. White-rumped vulture, Schedule 1, Wildlife Conservation Act, IUCN status, critically endangered. Checkmark. Populations of Egyptian vultures and white-backed vulture have also undergone decline in India and are now classified as endangered. Checkmark. There are currently 9 vulture conservation and breeding centers in India. Out of the 9, 3 are directly administered by Bombay Natural History Society. Checkmark. 3 species of vultures bred in these VCBCs are white-backed vulture, long-billed vulture, slender-billed vulture. Checkmark. Jatayu Conservation Breeding Center, Pinjore, Haryana, within the Bir-Shikhaga Wildlife Sanctuary is the largest conservation center for vultures in India. Checkmark. Decline in population was due to the drug diclofenac. Checkmark. Meloxicam. An alternative meloxicam is a second-generation NSAID and rated better than diclofenac for the treatment of livestock, with reduced risk of side effects, and is also approved for human use in more than 70 countries. Meloxicam is licensed as a veterinary drug in India, Europe and USA. Vulture safety zones. Field Circle aim of developing VSZs is to establish targeted awareness activities surrounding the 0.150 km radius of vultures' colonies so that no diclofenac or the veterinary toxic drugs are found in cattle carcasses, the main food of vultures, to provide safe food. Zones. 1. The zone between Uttarakhand to Nepal, which spans from Corbett to Katria Ghat, a Terai belt, covering 30,000 square kilometers, will be earmarked as vulture safe zone. Slender-billed vulture and white-backed vulture are found in this area, which is marshy grassland, savannas and forests. 2. Similarly, a belt between Dibrugarh in Assam to North Lakhimpur in Arunachal Pradesh will also be conserved as a vulture safe zone where slender-billed and white-backed species of vultures are found. 3. The third zone would be in central India, covering Chhattisgarh, where white-hacked and long-billed vultures are found. 4. Vulture restaurants. At this restaurant, tables are reserved only for the unique and rare vultures by Maharashtra and Punjab forest departments. 50. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. One Horn Rhino Indian Rhino Vision 2020. Field Circle Indian Rhino Vision 2020 implemented by the Department of Environment and Forests, Assam, with the Bodo Autonomous Council as our active partner. Field Circle. The program will be supported by WWF, India, WWF Areas, Asian Rhino and Elephant Action Strategy Program, the International Rhino Foundation, IRF, Save the Rhinos campaign of zoological institutions worldwide. Field Circle translocations are the backbone of the ERV 2020 program. Field Circle. The goal set was to populate the potential rhino habitat areas identified viz. Manas NP, Dibru Saikhawa WLS, Laukhawa, Bura Chapari WLS with a viable population of rhino through translocations from Kaziranga NP and Pobatora WLS. Field Circle. Manas National Park was selected as the first site for translocation of rhinos. Project Snow Leopard. Snow Leopard. Field Circle. In 2013, the 12th Snow Leopard Range countries and partners signed the Bishkek Declaration and agreed to secure at least 20 snow leopard landscapes across the Kats Range by 2020 or secure 20 by 2020. Field Circle. India is perhaps home to 10% of the global population in less than 5% of its global range, Field Circle having a substantial proportion of its global population. Field Circle distribution in India. In Indian Himalayas, high-altitude areas located above the forests. Field Circle. In the 5 Himalayan states of Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, and Arunachal Pradesh. Field Circle. Most snow leopard occurring in China, followed by Mongolia and India. Field Circle. Jan 2009. The Project Snow Leopard is an Indian initiative for strengthening wildlife conservation in the Himalayan high altitudes. Asiatic Lion Conservation Project. Field Circle. A dedicated, Asiatic Lion Conservation Project, has been launched. The Asiatic lion endemic to Gir landscape of Gujarat is one of the 21 critically endangered species identified by the Ministry for taking up recovery programs. Field Circle. Asiatic lion, being listed in Schedule 1 of Wildlife Protection Act, 1972, to be accorded the highest degree of protection. Field Circle. The long-term survival of the lion as a species was best served if they could be present outside Gujarat, too, so that they are protected against, say, a forest fire, a disease, or calamities. The Kuno Palpur Wildlife Sanctuary in Madhya Pradesh was identified to be the most suitable for reintroducing the species. Secure Himalaya. The project was launched by the MOF and CC in collaboration with UNDP. The plan intends to conserve the snow leopards by protecting their habitats and improve the ecology of Himalayan ranges and lives of the mountain communities. It covers Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand and Sikkim. Sea Turtle Project. Filled circle. A significant proportion of the world's olive ridley turtle population migrates every winter to Indian coastal waters for nesting, mainly at eastern coast. 51. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle. Conservation of olive ridley turtles and other endangered marine turtles. Ministry of Environment and Forests initiated the Sea Turtle Conservation Project in collaboration of UNDP in November 1999 with Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun as the implementing agency. Filled circle implemented in 10 coastal states of the country with special emphasis in the state of Orissa. Filled circle. One of the important achievements have been demonstration of use of satellite telemetry to locate the migratory route of olive ridley turtles in the sea and sensitizing the fishermen and state government for the use of turtle exclusion device (TED) in fishing trawlers to check turtle mortality in fishing net. Indian Crocodile Conservation Project. Filled circle. The Indian Crocodile Conservation Project has pulled back the once threatened crocodilians from the brink of extinction and placed them on a good path of recovery. Filled circle. The project has not just produced a large number of crocodiles, but has contributed towards conservation in a number of related fields as well. Filled circle. Central Crocodile Breeding and Management Training Institute, Hyderabad. Project Hangal. Filled circle. The Kashmir stag, Cervus affinis hanglu, also called hangal, is a subspecies of Central Asian red deer native to northern India. Filled circle. It is the state animal of Jammu and Kashmir. Filled circle. This deer lives in groups of 2 to 18 individuals in dense riverine forests, high valleys, and mountains of the Kashmir Valley and northern Chumba in Himachal Pradesh. Filled circle. In Kashmir, it's found in Dakigam National Park at elevations of 3,035 meters. Filled circle. They were threatened, due to habitat destruction, overgrazing by domestic livestock and poaching. Filled circle. Captive breeding of lion-tailed macaques in Arigna Anna Zoological Park, Chennai and in Mysore Zoo. Ganges dolphin. Filled circle. The Ministry of Environment and Forests notified the Ganges River dolphin as the national aquatic animal. Filled circle. The river dolphin inhabits the Ganges, Brahmaputra, Meghna and Karnapuli Sanghu River systems of Nepal, India, and Bangladesh. Filled circle. They are listed in Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. Filled circle. The Ganges dolphin is among the 4 obligate freshwater dolphins found in the world. The other 3 are the Baiji found in the Yangtze River, China, the Bulan of the Indus, Pakistan, and the Boto of the Amazon River, Latin America. Filled circle. The Chinese river dolphin was declared functionally extinct by a team of international scientists in 2006. India adopts SAWEN. India has adopted the Statute of the South Asia Wildlife Enforcement Network, SAWEN, and become its formal member in order to strengthen ties with the member countries in controlling the transboundary wildlife crime through communication, coordination, collaboration, capacity building and cooperation in the region. 52. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. SAWEN, a regional network, is composed of 8 countries in South Asia: Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Climate change. Global warming. An average increase in the temperature of the atmosphere near the Earth's surface and in the troposphere, which can contribute to changes in global climate patterns. Greenhouse effect. The greenhouse effect is a naturally occurring phenomenon that blankets the Earth's lower atmosphere and warms it, maintaining the temperature suitable for living things to survive. Water vapor and greenhouse gases warms the Earth. Role of greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases in the atmosphere absorb much of the long-wave energy, infrared radiation, emitted from the Earth's surface. The greenhouse gases then re-emit this energy in all directions, warming the Earth's surface and lower atmosphere. Water vapor, H2O, carbon dioxide, CO2, nitrous oxide, N2O, and methane, CH4, are the primary greenhouse gases in the Earth's atmosphere. The most dominant greenhouse gas overall is water vapor, but it has a very short atmospheric lifetime. Greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases means those gaseous constituents of the atmosphere, both natural and anthropogenic, that absorb and re-emit infrared radiation. UNFCCC's, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Kyoto Protocol has recognized 6 main greenhouse gases primarily responsible for global warming. They are: 1. Water vapor. Filled circle. The biggest overall contributor to the greenhouse effect, and humans are not directly responsible for emitting this gas in quantities sufficient to change its concentration in the atmosphere. Filled circle. CO2 and other greenhouse gases are increasing the amount of water vapor in the air by boosting the rate of evaporation. 2. Carbon dioxide. Filled circle. The main source is I. The combustion of fossil fuels to generate electricity. E. The combustion of fossil fuels such as gasoline and diesel used for transportation. E. Many industrial processes emit CO2 through fossil fuel combustion. IV. Several processes also produce CO2 emissions through chemical reactions that do not involve combustion. 3. Methane. 53. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle, CH4, is emitted by natural sources such as wetlands, as well as human activities, such as leakage from natural gas systems and the raising of livestock. Filled circle. Natural processes in soil and chemical reactions in the atmosphere help remove CH4 from the atmosphere. Filled circle. Human-induced. Checkmark. Agriculture. Domestic livestock such as cattle, buffalo, sheep, goats, and camels produce large amounts of CH4 as part of the normal digestive process. Checkmark. Globally, the agriculture sector is the primary source of CH4 emissions. Checkmark. Methane is the primary component of natural gas. 4. Nitrous oxide. Filled circle, N20, is naturally present in the atmosphere as part of the Earth's nitrogen cycle, and has a variety of natural sources. Filled circle. Natural emissions of N20 are mainly from bacteria breaking down nitrogen in soils and the oceans. Filled circle. Emitted when people add nitrogen to the soil through the use of synthetic fertilizers. Filled circle. Also emitted during the breakdown of nitrogen in livestock manure and urine, which contributed to 6% of N20 emissions in 2010. Filled circle. Emitted when transportation fuels are burned. Filled circle. Generated as a byproduct during the production of nitric acid, which is used to make synthetic commercial fertilizer, and in the production of adipic acid, which is used to make fibers, like nylon, and other synthetic products. Filled circle. Removed from the atmosphere when it is absorbed by certain types of bacteria or destroyed by ultraviolet radiation or chemical reactions. 5. Fluorinated gases. Filled circle. They are emitted through a variety of industrial processes such as aluminum and semiconductor manufacturing and substitution for ozone-depleting substances. Filled circle. Very high global warming potentials, GWPs, relative to other greenhouse gases. Filled circle. Well mixed in the atmosphere, spreading around the world after they're emitted. Filled circle. Removed from the atmosphere only when they are destroyed by sunlight in the far upper atmosphere. Filled circle, the most potent and longest-lasting type of greenhouse gases emitted by human activities. 1. Hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, 2. Perfluorocarbons, PFCs, and 3. Sulfur hexafluoride, SF6. Filled circle substitution for ozone-depleting substances. Hydrofluorocarbons are used as refrigerants, aerosol propellants, solvents, and fire retardants. These chemicals were developed as a replacement for chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, and hydrochlorofluorocarbons, HCFCs, because they do not deplete the stratospheric ozone layer. Filled circle-like HFCs, PFCs generally have long atmospheric lifetimes and high GWPs. Filled circle sulfur hexafluoride is used in magnesium processing and semiconductor manufacturing, as well as a tracer gas for leak detection. HFC-23 is produced as a byproduct of HCFC-22 production. Black carbon. Filled circle, commonly known as soot, is a form of particulate air pollutant, produced from incomplete combustion. Filled circle consists of pure carbon in several linked forms. 54. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle, a solid particle or aerosol, though not a gas, contributes to warming of the atmosphere. Filled circle, biomass burning, cooking with solid fuels, diesel exhaust, etc. Filled circle warms the Earth by absorbing heat in the atmosphere and by reducing albedo, the ability to reflect sunlight, when deposited on snow and ice. Filled circle, the strongest absorber of sunlight and heats the air directly. Filled circle, it darkens snowpacks and glaciers through deposition and leads to melting of ice and snow. Filled circle disrupts cloudiness and monsoon rainfall and accelerates melting of mountain glaciers such as the Hindu Kush Himalayan glaciers. Filled circle government measures. Project Surya has been launched to reduce black carbon in the atmosphere by introducing efficient stove technologies, solar cookers, solar lamps and biogas plants. Brown carbon. Filled circle, a ubiquitous and unidentified component of organic aerosol which has recently come into the forefront of atmospheric research. Filled circle, light-absorbing organic matter, other than soot, in atmospheric aerosols of various origins, e.g., soil humics, humic-like substances, HLTLIS, tarry materials from combustion, bioaerosols. Climate forcings. Filled circle, climate forcings are factors in the climate system that either increase or decrease the effects on the climate system. Filled circle, positive forcings such as excess greenhouse gases warm the Earth. Filled circle, negative forcings, such as the effects of most aerosols and volcanic eruptions, actually cool the Earth. Human-induced forcings. Activities include greenhouse gas and aerosol emissions from burning fossil fuels and modifications of the land surface, such as deforestation. Greenhouse gases are a positive climate forcing, that is, they have a warming effect. Carbon dioxide emitted from the burning of fossil fuel is presently the largest single climate forcing agent, accounting for more than half of the total positive forcing since 1750. Burning fossil fuels adds aerosols to the atmosphere. Aerosols are tiny particles in the atmosphere composed of many things, including water, ice, ash, mineral dust, or acidic droplets. Aerosols can deflect the sun's energy and impact the formation and lifetime of clouds. Aerosols are a negative forcing, that is, they have a cooling effect. Global warming potential. Filled circle, the global warming potential, GWP, for a gas is a measure of the total energy that a gas absorbs over a particular period of time, usually 100 years, compared to carbon dioxide. Filled circle gases with a higher GWP absorb more energy, per pound, than gases with a lower GWP, and thus contribute more to warming Earth. Filled circle methane, CH4, has a GWP more than 20 times higher than CO2 for a 100-year timescale. Filled circle nitrous oxide, N20, has a GWP 300 times that of CO2 for a 100-year timescale. Filled circle chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, hydrochlorofluorocarbons, HCFCs, perfluorocarbons, PFCs, and sulfur hexafluoride, SF6, are called high GWP. 55. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Global emissions by source. 1. Energy supply, 26%. 2. Industry, 19%. 3. Land use change, and forestry, 17%. 4. Agriculture, 14%. 5. Transportation, 13%. 6. Waste and wastewater, 3%. Ocean acidification. Filled circle ocean acidification is the change in ocean chemistry, lowering of ocean pH, i.e., increase in concentration of hydrogen ions, driven by the uptake of carbon compounds by the ocean from the atmosphere. Filled circle as the uptake of atmospheric carbon dioxide by the ocean increases, the concentration of hydrogen ions in the ocean increases, the concentration of carbonate ions decreases, the pH of the oceans decreases and the oceans become less alkaline. This process is known as ocean acidification. Filled circle acid rain formed when oxides of sulfur and nitrogen react with the moisture in the atmosphere. Rain with a pH of less than 5.6. Filled circle eutrophication. Coastal waters are also affected by excess nutrient inputs, mostly nitrogen, from agriculture, fertilizers and sewage. The resulting eutrophication leads to large plankton blooms, and when these blooms collapse and sink to the seabed, the subsequent respiration of bacteria decomposing the algae leads to a decrease in seawater oxygen and an increase in CO2, a decline in pH. Filled circle forms of calcium carbonate. 1. Calcite is the mineral form found in the shells of planktonic algae, amoeboid protists, some corals, echinoderms, and some mollusks, e.g. oysters. It is relatively less soluble. 2. Aragonite is a more soluble form of calcium carbonate. It is found in most corals, most mollusks, small planktonic snails, as well as some species. Filled circle effect of ocean acidification. Seawater absorbs CO to produce carbonic acid, HCO3, bicarbonate, HCO3, and carbonate ions, Ca2. These carbonate ions are essential to the calcification process that allows certain marine organisms to build their calcium carbonate shells and skeletons. Increases in atmospheric CO2 levels lead to decrease in pH level, increase in the concentration of carbonic acid and bicarbonate ions, causing a decrease in the concentration of carbonate ions. Thus carbonate ions are less available and calcification is therefore harder to achieve. Filled circle saturation horizons. Deep, cold ocean waters are naturally undersaturated with carbonate ions, causing the shells of most calcifying organisms to dissolve. Surface waters are oversaturated with carbonate ions and do not readily dissolve shells of calcifying organisms. The saturation horizon is the level below which calcium carbonate minerals undergo dissolution. 56. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. The saturation horizon of calcite occurs at a greater ocean depth than that for aragonite, but both horizons have moved closer to the surface presently when compared to the 1800s. Lysocline, the depth at which dissolution strongly increases in the deep ocean. Carbonate compensation depth, CCD, the depth at which all carbonate is dissolved. Filled circle ocean DEOXYGENATION. Ocean deoxygenation is the expansion of oxygen minimum zones in the world's oceans as a consequence of anthropogenic emissions of carbon dioxide. Climate change is accelerating loss of life-sustaining oxygen from the ocean. Ocean deoxygenating will adversely impact food security and human populations the world over. The loss of oxygen in the ocean has two major causes. Checkmark ocean warming-driven deoxygenation. Warmer ocean water holds less oxygen and is more buoyant than cooler water. This leads to reduced mixing of oxygenated water near the surface with deeper waters, which naturally contain less oxygen. Warmer water also raises oxygen demand from living organisms. As a result, less oxygen is available for marine life. Checkmark excessive growth of algae, fertilizer runoff, sewage, animal waste, aquaculture and deposition of nitrogen from the burning of fossil fuels are promoting excessive growth of plant life, a process known as eutrophication, which mostly affects coastal areas. Warming of ocean waters is expected to cause further oxygen loss in nutrient-rich coastal areas, exacerbating the situation. Ozone depletion. Ozone layer. Filled circle. The Earth's atmosphere is divided into several layers. Filled circle. The lowest region, the troposphere, extends from the Earth's surface up to about 10 kilometers in altitude. Filled circle. The next layer, the stratosphere, continues from 10 kilometers to about 50 kilometers. Most atmospheric ozone is concentrated in a layer in the stratosphere, about 15 to 30 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Filled circle. This ozone layer in the Earth's stratosphere absorbs most of the sun's ultraviolet, UV, radiation that may cause skin cancer. Ozone hole. Filled circle. It is found in two different layers of the atmosphere. Filled circle. Ozone in the troposphere is bad because it dirties the air and helps to form smog, which is not good to breathe. Filled circle. Ozone in the stratosphere is good because it protects life on Earth by absorbing some of the sun's harmful ultraviolet, UV, rays. Filled circle. Decrease in the concentration of ozone in a particular region of the atmosphere. Ozone hole. Filled circle. The best example of such an ozone hole is the atmosphere over the Antarctic, which has only about 50% of the ozone that originally occurred there. 57. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Sources. 1. Chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs. Filled circle. CFCs molecules are made up of chlorine, fluorine and carbon. Filled circle. They are used as refrigerants, 66%, propellants in aerosol sprays, foaming agents in plastic manufacturing, 30%, fire extinguishing agents, solvents for cleaning electronic and metallic components, for freezing foods, etc. Filled circle. CFCs have a wide and varied application due to its properties like non-corrosiveness, non-inflammability, low toxicity and chemical stability, etc. Filled circle. The residence time of CFCs in the atmosphere estimated to be between 40 and 150 years. 2. Nitric oxide, NO, catalytically destroys ozone. Filled circle. Nitric oxide plus ozone equals nitrogen dioxide plus O2. Filled circle. Nitrogen dioxide plus monoxide equals nitric oxide plus oxygen. 3. Bromine. Filled circle. Containing compounds called halons and HBFCs, i.e. hydrobromofluorocarbons. Both used in fire extinguishers, and methyl bromide, a widely used pesticide. Filled circle. Each bromine atom destroys hundreds times more ozone molecules than what a chlorine atom does. 4. Sulfuric acid particles. these particles free chlorine from molecular reservoirs, and convert reactive nitrogen into inert forms, thus preventing the formation of chlorine reservoirs. Role of polar stratospheric clouds in ozone depletion. The ice particles of the cloud provided substrates for chemical reactions which freed chlorine from its reservoirs. The reaction between Hc1 and C1ONO2 is very slow, but this reaction occurs at a faster rate in the presence of a suitable substrate which is provided by the stratospheric clouds at the poles. The PSCs not only activate chlorine, but they also absorb reactive nitrogen. If nitrogen oxides were present, they would combine with chlorine monoxide to form a reservoir of chlorine nitrate, ClONO2. Every spring, a hole as big as the USA develops in the ozone layer over Antarctica, in the South Pole. A smaller hole develops each year over the Arctic, at the North Pole. Why is the ozone hole predominant at the Antarctic? The Antarctic stratosphere is much colder. The low temperature enables the formation of polar stratospheric clouds, PSCs, below 20 kilometers. The vortex is a ring of rapidly circulating air that confines the ozone depletion in the Antarctic region. The longevity of the Antarctic vortex is another factor, enhancing favorable conditions for the depletion of ozone. The vortex remains, in fact, throughout the polar winter, well into mid-spring, whereas the vortex in the Arctic disintegrates by the time the polar spring, March-April, arrives. The ozone measurement instruments and techniques are varied. Some of them are the Dobson spectrophotometer and the filter ozonometer called M83, and total ozone mapping spectrometer, TOMS, in the Nimbus 7 satellite. The UMHEHA technique. The most common measure of total ozone abundance is the Dobson unit, named after the pioneering atmospheric physicist Gordon Dobson, which is the 58. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Thickness of the ozone column, compressed at standard temperature and pressure, STP, in millicentimeters. Indian laboratories in Antarctica. Field Circle Dakshin Gangotri, the first Indian base, was established in 1984. It is currently being used as a supply base and transit camp. Field Circle. The government is rebuilding its station, Maitree, which is the second permanent station in Antarctica. Field Circle Bharati is India's third Antarctic research facility and one of two active Indian research stations, alongside Maitree. Arctic ozone depletion. Field Circle. The ozone depletion has been increasingly evident over the Arctic as well. Field Circle. The Arctic ozone depletion which swept across Britain in March '96 was the greatest depletion of ozone ever seen in the Northern Hemisphere. Field Circle scientists claim that it had been caused, in the past, by a dramatic cooling of the upper atmosphere in the northern latitudes. Field Circle. The ozone depletion over the Northern Hemisphere has been increasing steadily since the winter of 1992. Status of India's presence in Arctic. Field Circle. India has set up an underground observatory, called INDARC, at the Kongsfjorden Fjord, halfway between Norway and the North Pole. Field Circle. Indian Arctic Station, Himadri, is located at Nyalesund, Spitsbergen Island, Norway, and serves as a hub of Indian Scientific Investigations Arctic Council. Checkmark. The Arctic Council is the leading intergovernmental forum promoting cooperation, coordination and interaction among the Arctic states, Arctic indigenous communities and other Arctic inhabitants on common Arctic issues. Checkmark. The Ottawa Declaration lists the following countries as members of the Arctic Council: Canada, the Kingdom of Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, the Russian Federation, Sweden and the United States. Checkmark. Observer status in the Arctic Council is open to non-Arctic states. Checkmark. India is an observer at the Arctic Council. Climate change and mitigation strategies. Carbon sequestration. Filled circle carbon capture and storage, also known as CCS or carbon sequestration, describes the technologies designed to tackle global warming by capturing CO2 at power stations, industrial sites, or even directly from the air and permanently storing it underground. Filled circle carbon sequestration describes long-term storage of carbon dioxide or other forms of carbon. Carbon sinks, an area that absorbs carbon. Natural sinks, oceans, forests, soil, etc. Artificial sinks, depleted oil reserves, unminable mines, etc. 59. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. There are three main steps to carbon capture and storage, CCS. Checkmark trapping and separating the CO2 from other gases. Checkmark transporting this captured CO2 to a storage location, and checkmark storing that CO2 far away from the atmosphere, underground or deep in the ocean. Ocean sequestration, carbon stored in oceans through direct injection or fertilization. Geologic sequestration, natural pore spaces in geologic formations serve as reservoirs for long-term carbon dioxide storage. Terrestrial sequestration, a large amount of carbon is stored in soils and vegetation, which are our natural carbon sinks. Increasing carbon fixation through photosynthesis, slowing down or reducing decomposition of organic matter, and changing land use practices can enhance. Filled circle geologic sequestration is thought to have the largest potential for near-term application. Filled circle carbon dioxide can be effectively stored in the Earth's subsurface by hydrodynamic trapping and solubility trapping. Usually a combination of the two is most effective. Green carbon. Filled circle green carbon is carbon removed by photosynthesis and stored in the plants and soil of natural ecosystems and is a vital part of the global carbon cycle. Blue carbon. Filled circle blue carbon refers to coastal, aquatic and marine carbon sinks held by the indicative vegetation, marine organism and sediments. Filled circle these coastal ecosystems are very efficient at sequestering and storing carbon. Each square mile of these systems can remove carbon from the atmosphere and oceans at rates higher than each square mile of mature tropical forests. Carbon credit. Filled circle a carbon credit is a tradable certificate or permit representing the right to emit 1 ton of carbon or carbon dioxide equivalent. Filled circle an organization which produces 1 ton less of carbon or carbon dioxide equivalent than the standard level of carbon emission allowed for its outfitter activity, earns a carbon credit. Filled circle countries which are signatories to the Kyoto Protocol under the UNFCCC have laid down gas emission norms for their companies to be met by 2012. In such cases, a company has two ways to reduce emissions. It can reduce the GHG, greenhouse gases, by adopting new technology or improving upon the existing technology to attain the new norms for emission of gases. It can tie up with developing nations and help them set up new technology that is eco-friendly, thereby helping developing countries or its companies earn credits. Filled circle this credit becomes a permit for the company to emit GHGs in its own country. Filled circle however, only a portion of carbon credits of the company in a developing country can be transferred to the company in a developed country. Filled circle carbon, like any other commodity, has begun to be traded on India's multi-commodity exchange, MCX. Filled circle MCX has become the first exchange in Asia to trade carbon credits. Carbon offsetting. 60. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle. These are credits for reductions in greenhouse gas emissions made at another location, such as wind farms which create renewable energy and reduce the need for fossil fuel-powered energy. Filled circle. These are quantified and sold in metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, CO2e. Filled circle. The fastest way to achieve the deepest reductions within businesses, and it also often delivers added benefits at the project site, such as employment opportunities, community development programs and training and education. Filled circle. For a carbon offset to be credible, it must meet essential quality criteria, including proof that it is additional, the reduction in emissions would not have occurred without the carbon finance, that it will be retired from the carbon market so it cannot be double counted, and filled circle. It addresses issues such as permanence, it delivers the reductions it stated, and leakage, the emission reduction in one area doesn't cause an increase in emissions somewhere else. Carbon tax. Filled circle. The potential alternative to the cap and trade method currently used by the protocol. Filled circle. The aim of this tax is to cause less fossil fuel use and hopefully cause an incentive to use other sources of energy. Geoengineering. Filled circle. Geoengineering primarily aims at modifying and cooling Earth's environment, defeating the environmental damage and ensuing climate changes to make the planet more inhabitable. Filled circle. Geoengineering, at this point, is still only a theoretical concept. Filled circle. Hydrogen sulfide is an even better candidate for atmospheric seeding than sulfur dioxide. Filled circle. Hoisting parasols, placing mirrors in space, whitening the stratosphere with sulfate aerosols, whitewashing building roofs to reflect sunlight, or flinging iron filings into the ocean to promote carbon-gulping algae are some of the modes. India and climate change. India's position on climate change. Filled circle. India's per capita emission levels will never exceed that of the per capita emission levels of developed countries. PM India. Filled circle. India cannot and will not take on emission reduction targets. Filled circle. India will continue to be a low-carbon economy, World Bank study. Filled circle. India's primary focus is on adaptation, with specific focus for mitigation. Filled circle. India has already unveiled a comprehensive national action plan on climate change. Filled circle. Only those nationally appropriate mitigation actions, NAMAs, can be subject to international monitoring, reporting and verification that are enabled and supported by international finance and technology transfer. Filled circle. India wants a comprehensive approach to reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, REDD, and advocates REDD+ that includes conservation, afforestation and sustainable management of forests. Filled circle. India advocates collaborative research in future low-carbon technology and access to intellectual property rights, IPRs, as global public goods. Observed climate and weather changes in India. 61. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. India's National Communication, NATCOM, to UNFCCC has consolidated some of the observed changes in climate parameters in India. 1. Surface temperature. Filled circle. At the national level, an increase of 0.4 degrees Celsius has been observed in surface air temperatures over the past century. Filled circle. A warming trend has been observed along the west coast, in central India, the interior peninsula, and northeastern India. Filled circle. Cooling trends have been observed in northwest India and parts of South India. 2. Rainfall. Filled circle. While the observed monsoon rainfall at the all India level does not show any significant trend, regional monsoon variations have been recorded. Filled circle. A trend of increasing monsoon seasonal rainfall has been found along the west coast, northern Andhra Pradesh, and northwestern India, plus 10% to plus 12% of the normal over the last 100 years. Filled circle. While a trend of decreasing monsoon seasonal rainfall has been observed over eastern Madhya Pradesh, northeastern India, and some parts of Gujarat and Kerala, -6% to 8% of the normal over the last 100 years. 3. Extreme weather events. Filled circle. The states of West Bengal and Gujarat have reported increasing trends. A decline has been observed in Orissa. 4. Rise in sea level. Filled circle. Sea level rise was between 1.06–1.75 mm per year. These rates are consistent with 1–2 mm per year global sea level rise estimates of IPCC. 5. Impacts on Himalayan glaciers. Filled circle. Recession of some glaciers has occurred in some Himalayan regions in recent years. The trend is not consistent across the entire mountain chain. Filled circle. It is accordingly too early to establish long-term trends, or their causation, in respect of which there are several hypotheses. India's National Action Plan on Climate Change. The National Action Plan hinges on the development and use of new technologies. The implementation of the plan would be through appropriate institutional mechanisms suited for effective delivery of each individual mission's objectives and include public-private partnerships and civil society action. 8 national missions. 1. National Solar Mission. The National Solar Mission is a major initiative of the Government of India and state governments to promote ecologically sustainable growth while addressing India's energy security challenge. Mission targets are: 1. To create an enabling policy framework for the deployment of 20,000 megawatts of solar power by 2022. 2. To ramp up capacity of grid-connected solar power generation to 1,000 megawatts within 3 years, by 2013, an additional 3,000 megawatts by 2017 through the mandatory use of the renewable purchase obligation by utilities backed with a preferential tariff. 3. To create favorable conditions for solar manufacturing capability, particularly solar thermal for indigenous production and market leadership. 62. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. 4. To promote programs for off-grid applications, reaching 1,000 megawatts by 2017 and 2,000 megawatts by 2022. 5. To achieve 15 million square meters solar thermal collector area by 2017 and 20 million by 2022. 6. To deploy 20 million solar lighting systems for rural areas by 2022. 2. The National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency, NMEEE, to strengthen the market for energy efficiency by creating conducive regulatory and policy regime. Mission goals. Filled circle. Market-based approaches to unlock energy efficiency opportunities. Filled circle. 4 new initiatives to enhance energy efficiency: A. Perform, Achieve and Trade, PAT. B. Market transformation for energy efficiency. C. Energy efficiency financing platform, EEP. D. Framework for energy efficient economic development, FEEED. 3. National Mission on Sustainable Habitat. Filled circle. To promote sustainability of habitats through improvements in energy efficiency in buildings, urban planning, improved management of solid and liquid waste, modal shift towards public transport and conservation through appropriate changes in legal and regulatory framework. Filled circle. It also seeks to improve the ability of habitats to adapt to climate change by improving resilience of infrastructure, community-based disaster management and measures for improving advance warning systems for extreme weather events. 4. National Water Mission, NWM, mission objectives. Filled circle. Ensuring integrated water resource management for conservation of water. Minimization of wastage and equitable distribution both across and within states. Filled circle. Developing a framework for optimum water use through increase in water use efficiency by 20% through regulatory mechanisms with differential entitlements and pricing, taking the National Water Policy, NWP, into consideration. 5. National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem, NMSHE. Filled circle. The most crucial and primary objective of the mission is to develop a sustainable national capacity to continuously assess the health status of the Himalayan ecosystem and enable policy bodies in their policy formulation functions and assist states in the Indian Himalayan region with their implementation of actions selected for sustainable development. 6. National Mission for a Green India. Filled circle. Increased forest, tree cover on 5 million hectares, ha, of forest, non-forest lands, and filled circle. Improved quality of forest cover on another 5 million hectares of non-forest, forest lands. A total of 10 million hectares. Filled circle. Improved ecosystem services including biodiversity, hydrological services, and carbon sequestration from the 10 million hectares of forest, non-forest lands mentioned above. 7. National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, NMSA. The NMSA has identified 10 key dimensions for adaptation and mitigation. 1. Improved crop seeds, livestock and fish culture. 2. Water efficiency. 3. Pest management. 4. Improved farm practices. 5. Nutrient management. 6. Agricultural insurance. 7. Credit support. 8. Markets. 9. Access to information. 10. Livelihood diversification. National Bioenergy Mission. 63. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle. To boost power generation from biomass, a renewable energy source abundantly available in India launched during the 12th Five-Year Plan, will offer a policy and regulatory environment to facilitate large-scale capital investments in biomass-fired power stations. Filled circle. It will also encourage development of rural enterprises. Filled circle. It will also propose a GIS-based national biomass resource atlas to map potential biomass regions in the country. INDC. Filled circle. Conference of Parties, COP, of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, at 19th session held in Warsaw in 2013, all parties initiate domestic preparations for their INDC towards achieving the objective of the convention and to communicate them, well in advance of the 21st session of the Conference of Parties. Filled circle. The concept of nationally determined contributions, taking into account the outcomes of both Warsaw COP19 and Lima COP20 has to, reflect the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities, CBDR, and the country's contributions must be seen in a balanced and comprehensive context. Filled circle. India declared a voluntary goal of reducing the emissions intensity of its GDP by 20–25%, over 2005 levels by 2020, despite having no binding mitigation obligations as per the convention. National Communication, NATCOM. Filled circle. National Communication, NATCOM, to the UNFCCC was initiated in 2002, funded by the Global Environment Facility under its Enabling Activities Program through the United Nations Development Programme, New Delhi. India's policy structure relevant to GHG mitigation. Checkmark. The Integrated Energy Policy was adopted in 2006. Promotion of energy efficiency in all sectors, emphasis on mass transport, emphasis on renewables including biofuels plantations. Checkmark. Accelerated development of nuclear and hydropower for clean energy. Checkmark. Focused R&D on several clean energy related technology. Filled circle. The Rural Electrification Policy, 2006. Checkmark. It promotes renewable energy technology where grid connectivity is not possible or cost-effective. Filled circle. Energy Conservation Building Code. Checkmark was launched in May 2007, which addresses the design of new, large commercial buildings to optimize the building's energy demand based on their location in different climatic zones. Checkmark compliance with ECBC norms is voluntary at present but is expected to soon become mandatory. Filled circle green building. Checkmark buildings are one of the major pollutants that affect urban air quality and contribute to climate change. Checkmark. The aim of a green building design is to 1. Minimize the demand on non-renewable resources and maximize the utilization efficiency of these resources when in use, and maximize reuse and recycling of available resources. 2. Utilization of renewable resources. 64. Telegram. https://t.me/IaaS network website, www.IaaS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Checkmark. It costs a little more to design and construct a green building. However, it costs less to operate a green building. Checkmark building system designed in a way to efficiently use HVAC, heating, ventilation and air conditioning, lighting, electrical, and water heating. Checkmark integration of renewable energy sources to generate energy on site. Filled circle green rating for integrated habitat assessment, GRIHA. Checkmark GRIHA has been conceived by TERI and developed jointly with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Checkmark. The green building rating system devised by TERI and the MNRE is a voluntary scheme. Checkmark to help design green buildings and, in turn, help evaluate the greenness of the buildings. Filled circle clean air initiatives, introduction of compressed natural gas, CNG, in Delhi and other cities, retiring old, polluting vehicles, and strengthening of mass transportation. Filled circle promotion of energy-saving devices. Checkmark. The Bureau of Energy Efficiency has introduced the Bachat Lamp Yojana. Checkmark. A program under which households may exchange incandescent lamps for CFLs, compact fluorescent lamps, using Clean Development Mechanism, CDM, credits to equate purchase price. Promotion of biofuels. Filled circle. The biodiesel purchase policy mandates biodiesel procurement by the petroleum industry. Filled circle. A mandate on ethanol blending of gasoline requires 5% blending of ethanol with gasoline from 1 January 2003, in 9 states and 4 union territories. National Initiative on Climate Resilient Agriculture, NICRA. Filled circle. The ICAR has launched the National Initiative on Climate Resilient Agriculture, NICRA. During 2010-11 with an outlay of 350 crore rupees for the 11 plan. Filled circle. This initiative will primarily enhance the resilience of Indian agriculture covering crops, livestock and fisheries. Filled circle. The project has 4 components. 1. Strategic research on adaptation and mitigation. 2. Technology demonstration on farmers' fields to cope with current climate variability. 3. Sponsored and competitive research grants to fill critical research gaps. 4. Capacity building of different stakeholders. BSE Greenix. Filled circle. The BSE Greenix Index is a veritable first step in creating a credible market-based response mechanism in India, whereby both businesses and investors can rely upon purely quantitative and objective performance-based signals to assess carbon performance. Filled circle. G-Trade Carbon X Ratings Services Private Limited, G-Trade, is a company based in India, which has co-developed the BSE Green Index in close association with the BSE Long-Term Ecological Observatories, LTEO. 65. Telegram. https://t.me/IaaS network website, www.IaaS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. LTEO program aims to understand the biophysical and anthropogenic drivers of ecosystem change in the selected biomes and their effects on social ecological responses through a network of scientific institutions. The National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change, NAFCC. Field Circle. The National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change, NAFCC, is a central sector scheme set up in 2015-16. The aim of NAFCC is to support concrete adaptation activities which mitigate the adverse effects of climate change. Field Circle. National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD, is the national implementing entity, NI. Climate Change Organizations. Agenda 21. Field Circle. It is an environmental action plan for the 21st century. Field Circle. It is a product of the Earth Summit held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in 1992. Field Circle. It is not legally binding. UNFCCC. Field Circle. The UN Summit Conference on Environment and Development, UNCED, held in Rio de Janeiro in June 1992 adopted, by consensus, the first multilateral legal instrument on climate change, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, or the UNFCCC. Field Circle. There are now 195 parties to the convention. It came into force in 1994. Field Circle Secretariat is located in Bonn, Germany. Field Circle. The convention is legally non-binding, but makes provisions for meeting called protocols, where negotiating countries can set legally binding limits. Field Circle. All subsequent multilateral negotiations on different aspects of climate change, including both adaptation and mitigation, are being held based on the principles and objectives set out by the UNFCCC. Field Circle. It aims to stabilize greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere at a level that would prevent dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. Field Circle. The Kyoto Protocol was negotiated under this framework. Field Circle. It has two commitment periods, the first of which lasted from 2008-2012. The second one from 2013-2020 is based on the Doha Amendment to the Protocol, which has not entered into force. Field Circle. Annex I countries, industrialized countries and economies in transition. Field Circle. Annex II countries, developed countries which pay for costs of developing countries. Annex II countries are a subgroup of the Annex I countries. Field Circle. Non-Annex I countries, developing countries are not required to reduce emission levels unless developed countries supply enough funding and technology. Field Circle. India is non-annex party to UNFCCC. Kyoto Protocol. Field Circle. It is an international treaty negotiated under UNFCCC and adopted in 1997 in Kyoto, Japan, and came into force in 2005. 66. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Field Circle parties, 192, Canada withdrew. The USA was not a part of the Kyoto Protocol. Field Circle. It gave binding targets to Annex I countries. Field Circle. The Kyoto Protocol is what operationalizes the convention. Field Circle. It commits industrialized countries to stabilize greenhouse gas emissions based on the principles of the convention. Field Circle. The major distinction between the protocol and the convention is that while the convention encourages industrialized countries to stabilize GHG emissions, the protocol commits them to do so. Field Circle. The protocol's first commitment period started in 2008 and ended in 2012. Field Circle. A second commitment period was agreed on in 2012, known as the Doha Amendment to the Protocol. This has not entered into force as a required number of nations has not ratified this amendment. Field Circle. Paris Agreement, 2015, is not an amendment to Kyoto Protocol but a separate instrument altogether. Field Circle target under this protocol applies to following GHGs: carbon dioxide, CO2, methane, CH4, nitrous oxide, N2O, sulfur hexafluoride, SF6, hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, and perfluorocarbons, PFCs. Filled circle: it only binds developed countries highly responsible for GHG emission. Filled circle: KP places a heavier burden on developed nations under its central principle, that of common but differentiated responsibility. Filled circle: these targets add up to an average 5% emissions reduction compared to 1990 levels over the 5-year period 2008 to 2012. So, two things make KP tick. 1. Emissions reduction commitments. The first was binding emissions reduction commitments for developed country parties. This meant the space to pollute was limited. Carbon dioxide became a new commodity. KP now began to internalize what was now recognized as an unpriced externality. 2. Flexible market mechanisms. Joint implementation, G, the Clean Development Mechanism, CDM, emission trading joint implementation. Checkmark: the mechanism known as joint implementation allows a country with an emission reduction or limitation commitment under the Kyoto Protocol, Annex B party, developed country, to earn emission reduction units, ERUs, from an emission reduction or emission removal project in another Annex B party, each equivalent to 1 ton of CO2, which can be counted towards meeting its Kyoto target. Checkmark: joint implementation offers parties a flexible and cost-efficient means of fulfilling a part of their Kyoto commitments, while the host party benefits from foreign investment and technology transfer. Checkmark: projects starting as from the year 2000 may be eligible as G projects, ERU issued from 2008. Clean Development Mechanism. Checkmark: the Clean Development Mechanism, CDM, allows a country with an emission reduction or emission limitation commitment under the Kyoto Protocol, Annex B party, to implement an emission reduction project in developing countries. Checkmark: it is the first global, environmental investment and credit scheme of its kind, providing standardized emissions offset instrument, CERs. 67. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Checkmark: such projects can earn saleable certified emission reduction, CER, credits, each equivalent to 1 ton of CO2, which can be counted towards meeting Kyoto targets. Carbon trading, the name given to the exchange of emission permits. This exchange may take place within the economy or may take the form of an international transaction. Two types of carbon trading. 1. Emission trading. Emission permit is known alternatively as carbon credit. For each Annex I country, the protocol has assigned a fixed amount of carbon emission in the agreement. Each unit gives the owner the right to emit 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide or other equivalent greenhouse gases. 2. Offset trading. Another variant of carbon credit is to be earned by a country by investing some amount of money in such projects, known as carbon projects, which will emit a lesser amount of greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. Bali Meet. Filled circle. Bali Meet was the meeting of 190 countries that are party to a UN Treaty on Climate Change. Held in December 2007. Filled circle: to discuss what happens after 2012. What are countries expected to do after the first phase of Kyoto ends in 2012. Filled circle: Bali Road Map includes the Bali Action Plan, BAP, the ad hoc working group on further commitments for Annex I parties under the Kyoto Protocol negotiations and the 2009 deadline, launch of the Adaptation Fund, decisions on technology transfer and on reducing emissions from deforestation. Filled circle: Bali Action Plan, BAP. Checkmark: a shared vision for long-term cooperative action, including a long-term global goal for emission reductions. Checkmark: enhanced national, international action on mitigation of climate change. Enhanced action on adaptation. Checkmark: enhanced action on technology development and transfer to support action on Mitigation and adaptation. Checkmark enhanced action on the provision of financial resources and investment to support action on mitigation and adaptation and technology cooperation. COP15 Copenhagen Summit. Filled circle. The summit concluded with the COP taking a note of the Copenhagen Accord, a five-nation accord basic and U.S. Filled circle. The Copenhagen Accord is a non-binding agreement. Filled circle. Developed countries, Annex I, agree to set targets for reductions in the greenhouse gas emissions by 2020. Filled circle. Developing countries agree to pursue nationally appropriate mitigation strategies to slow the growth of their emissions, but are not committed to reducing their carbon output. Filled circle. Developed countries would raise funds of $30 billion from 2010-2012 of new and additional resources. Filled circle agrees a goal for the world to raise $100 billion per year by 2020. New multilateral funding for adaptation will be delivered, with a governance structure. 68. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. COP16 Cancun Summit. Filled circle. All parties to the convention, including the developed and developing countries, have agreed to report their voluntary mitigation goals for implementation. Filled circle. Decisions were taken at Cancun to set up a Green Climate Fund, a technology mechanism, and an adaptation committee at global level to support developing country actions for adaptation and mitigation. Filled circle. Process to design a Green Climate Fund. Mechanism of COP16. 1. Technology mechanism in 16th session of the COP in Cancun 2010. Facilitate the implementation of enhanced action on technology development and transfer in order to support action on mitigation and adaptation to climate change. 2. Green Climate Fund will support projects, programs, policies and other activities in developing country parties. The fund will be governed by the GCF board. The World Bank was invited by to serve as the interim trustee. 3. The Adaptation Fund was established to finance concrete adaptation projects and programs in developing country parties to the Kyoto Protocol that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Fund financed from the share of proceeds on the Clean Development Mechanism project activities. 4. Adaptation Committee providing technical support and guidance to the parties, sharing of relevant information, knowledge, experience and good practices. COP17 Durban Summit. Filled circle. India had gone to Durban with two major demands: that the principle of equity remain intact in any new climate regime and that this new global deal be launched after 2020. Outcome. Filled circle. New Deal to be finalized by 2015 and launched by 2020. Filled circle. Second phase of Kyoto Protocol secured. Filled circle. Green Climate Fund launched, though empty as yet. Green Tech Development Mechanism put in place. Filled circle. Equity finds place back in future climate talks. Filled circle. India regains leadership of developing world, wins on all its important non-negotiable common but differentiated responsibility principle retained. India secures 10 years of economic growth without carbon containment. Intellectual property rights and technology not as well anchored in New Deal. Loopholes for developed world not fully blocked. Agriculture brought in by developed nations under climate change. Doha Outcomes. COP18, 2012. Filled circle. Global Climate Change Agreement. Governments agreed to work towards a universal climate change agreement by 2015 covering all countries, which will come into effect from 2020. 69. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled Circle Amendment of the Kyoto Protocol. The Kyoto Protocol is the only existing and binding agreement under which developed countries undertake quantitative commitments to cut greenhouse gases. It was amended so that it could seamlessly continue. Filled Circle Doha amendments to the Kyoto Protocol was made at Doha Climate Conference in 2012 and extended the obligation of the developed countries under Kyoto Protocol to make targeted cuts in the greenhouse gas (GHGs) emissions till 2020. Warsaw Outcomes, COP19, 2013-2015 Agreement. Filled Circle governments advanced the timeline for the development of the 2015 agreement. Nationally determined contributions would be put forward in a clear and transparent manner. Strengthening efforts to mobilize $100 billion by 2020. Filled Circle to mobilize $100 billion annually by 2020 to support developing countries in their climate change actions. Developed countries agreed to make their efforts on a biennial basis from 2014 to 2020. Cutting emissions from deforestation, the Warsaw Framework for REDD+. Filled Circle governments agreed on a set of decisions on ways to reduce emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. Filled Circle it establishes the means for results-based payments if developing countries can demonstrate the protection of forests. Lima Outcomes, COP20, 2014. Filled Circle. The Lima Climate Conference achieved firsts in the history of the international climate process. Filled Circle pledges were made by both developed and developing countries prior to and during the COP that took the capitalization of the new Green Climate Fund, GCF, past an initial $10 billion target. Filled Circle progress was made in Lima on elevating adaptation onto the same level as the curbing and cutting of greenhouse gas emissions. This will be done through National Adaptation Plans, NAPs. Paris Climate Change Conference COP21, 2015. Filled Circle long-term goal, to limit global temperature increase to well below 2 degrees, while pursuing efforts to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees. Filled Circle nationally determined contributions. The Paris Agreement requires all parties to put forward the best efforts through nationally determined contributions, NDCs, and to strengthen these efforts in the years ahead. Filled Circle. The Paris Agreement entered into force on 4 November 2016. The first session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement (CMA) 1, took place in Marrakesh, Morocco from the 15th to the 18th of November 2016. Marrakesh Climate Change Conference COP22, 2016. Filled Circle finance. Heading into Marrakesh, developed countries released a roadmap outlining how they foresee meeting the goal of mobilizing $100 billion a year in public and private finance for developing countries by 2020. 70. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled Circle loss and damage. Parties conducted the first review of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, VIM. Bonn Climate Change Conference, COP23, 2017. Filled Circle. Fiji presided over UNFCCC's COP23 in Bonn. COP23 took place in Bonn, Germany in November 2017. Filled Circle. Key outcomes agreed at the UN climate talks in Bonn. Checkmark Powering Past Coal Alliance. It is launched in COP23, Bonn and led by UK and Canada. It has more than 20 members aimed at accelerating clean growth and achieving the rapid phase-out of traditional coal power. Checkmark Fiji's COP. Fiji is the first small island state to host the UNFCCC climate talks. The outcomes were the Gender Action Plan, highlights the role of women in climate action and promotes gender equality in the process. Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform, aims to support the exchange of experience and sharing of best practices on mitigation and adaptation. Checkmark Talanoa Dialogue. Talanoa is a traditional word used in Fiji and across the Pacific to reflect a process of inclusive, participatory and transparent dialogue. Talanoa Dialogue is a process designed to help countries implement and enhance their nationally determined contributions by 2020. COP26, most important for exam. Field Circle. The Glasgow Summit has urged countries to strengthen their targets, by 2027 COP to be held in Egypt. Field Circle target of not letting global warming increase by 1.5 degrees. Field Circle. 140 countries announced target timeline for achieving net zero. Field Circle. India has termed 2070 as its net zero target. Field Circle. Glasgow Breakthrough Agenda. Accelerate development of clean tech. Field Circle. Phasing down of coal power. REDD and REDD+. Field Circle. REDD, reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, is the global endeavor to create an incentive for developing countries to protect, better manage and save their forest resources, thus contributing to the global fight against climate change. Field Circle. REDD+ goes beyond merely checking deforestation and forest degradation, and includes incentives for positive elements of conservation, sustainable management of forests and enhancement of forest carbon stocks. Field Circle. REDD+ conceptualizes flow of positive incentives for demonstrated reduction in deforestation or for enhancing quality and expense of forest cover. Field Circle. India has made a submission to UNFCCC on REDD, Sustainable Management of Forest, SMF, and Afforestation and Reforestation, A&R, in December 2008. The GEF, Global Environment Facility. Field Circle to function under the guidance of the UNFCCC COP and be accountable to the COP. 71. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Field Circle established in 1991 by the World Bank in consultation with the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, to provide funding to protect the global environment. Climate Smart Agriculture. Field Circle. While agriculture is the sector most vulnerable to climate change, it is also a major cause, directly accounting for about 14% of greenhouse gas emissions, IPCC 2007. Field Circle. This is called the WWN, interventions that would increase yields, poverty reduction and food security, make yields more resilient in the face extremes, adaptation, and make the farm a solution to the climate change problem rather than part of the problem, mitigation. Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. Field Circle established by the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, and the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, in 1988 to provide the governments of the world with a clear scientific view of what is happening to the world's climate. Field Circle headquarters in Geneva. Field Circle. Currently 195 countries are members of the IPCC. Field Circle. The IPCC is a scientific body. It reviews and assesses the most recent scientific, technical and socio-economic information produced worldwide relevant to the understanding of climate change. Field Circle. It does not conduct any research nor does it monitor climate-related data or parameters. The Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity, TEEB. Field Circle. The Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity, TEEB, was launched by Germany and the European Commission in 2007. It is a study led by Pavan Sukhdev. Field Circle. It is an international initiative to draw attention to the global economic benefits of biodiversity. Field Circle objective highlight the growing cost of biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation and to draw together expertise from the fields of science, economics and policy to enable practical actions. Global Climate Finance Architecture. Strategic Climate Fund. Checkmark administered by the World Bank. Checkmark Area of Focus, Adaptation, Mitigation, General, Mitigation, Red checkmark date operational 2008. Forest Investment Program. Checkmark administered by the World Bank. Checkmark Area of Focus, Mitigation, Red checkmark date operational 2009. Checkmark. The Forest Investment Program, FIP, is a targeted program of the Strategic Climate Fund, SCF, within the Climate Investment Funds, CIF. Biocarbon Fund. Checkmark administered by the World Bank. 72. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Checkmark Area of Focus, Adaptation, Mitigation, General, Mitigation, Red checkmark date operational 2004. Special Climate Change Fund. Checkmark administered by the Global Environment Facility, GEF, Checkmark Area of Focus, Adaptation. Checkmark date operational 2002. The Special Climate Change Fund, SCCF, was created in 2001 to address the specific needs of developing countries under the UNFCCC. Least Developed Countries Fund. Checkmark administered by the Global Environment Facility, GEF, Checkmark Area of Focus, Adaptation. Checkmark date operational 2002. The Least Developed Countries Fund, LDCF, was established to meet the adaptation needs of least developed countries, LDCs. Green Climate Fund. Checkmark administered by, to be confirmed. Checkmark Area of Focus, Adaptation, Mitigation, General, Mitigation, Red. Checkmark date operational 2015. The Green Climate Fund, GCF, was adopted as a financial mechanism of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, at the end of 2011. Adaptation Fund. Checkmark administered by Adaptation Fund Board. Checkmark Area of Focus, Adaptation. Checkmark date operational 2009. Checkmark. The Adaptation Fund is a financial instrument under the UNFCCC and its Kyoto Protocol, KP, and has been established to finance concrete adaptation projects and programs in developing country parties to the KP, in an effort to reduce the adverse effects of climate change facing communities, countries and sectors. Checkmark. The fund is financed with a share of proceeds from Clean Development Mechanism, CDM. Project activities as well as through voluntary pledges of donor governments. Checkmark. The share of proceeds from the CDM amounts to 2% of certified emission reductions, CERs, issued for a CDM project activity. Global Climate Change Alliance. Checkmark administered by the European Commission. Checkmark Area of Focus, Adaptation, Mitigation, General, Mitigation, Red. Checkmark date operational 2008. The Global Climate Change Alliance, GCCA, is an initiative of the European Union. UNRED Program. Checkmark administered by UNDP. Checkmark Area of Focus, Mitigation, Red. Checkmark date operational 2008. 3 UN agencies, United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, have collaborated in the establishment of the 73. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. UNRED Program, a multi-donor trust fund that allows donors to pool resources and provide funding with the aim of significantly reducing global emissions from deforestation and forest degradation in developing countries. Amazon Fund, Fundo Amazonia. Checkmark administered by Brazilian Development Bank, BNDES, Checkmark Area of Focus, Mitigation, Red. Checkmark date operational 2009. The Amazon Fund was created to raise donations so that investments can be made in efforts to prevent, monitor and combat deforestation, as well as to promote the conservation and sustainable use of forests in the Amazon biome. Acts and policies. Wildlife Protection ACT 1972. Field Circle India is the first country in the world to have made provisions for the protection and conservation of the environment in its constitution. On 5 June 1972, environment was first discussed as an item of international agenda in the UN Conference of Human Environment in Stockholm, and thereafter 5 June is celebrated all over the world as World Environment Day. Field Circle provides the basic framework to ensure the protection and management of wildlife. Field Circle has 7 chapters, 66 sections and 6 schedules. The Act with its various amendments provides the necessary tool to prevent damage to the wildlife. Field Circle with the amendment of the Act in 1991, powers of the state governments have been withdrawn almost totally. Field Circle now the state governments are not empowered to declare any wild animal a vermin. Field Circle further by addition of provision, immunization of livestock within a radius of 5 km from a national park or sanctuary has been made compulsory. Field Circle prohibition of hunting of animals provided in Schedule 1, 2, 3 and IV except by the process laid down in the Act, such as danger to human life, property, or the animal being so disabled or deceased as to be beyond recovery, or killing or wounding in good faith of any animal in defense of oneself or of any other person, or for education, scientific research etc. However, usually a permission has to be granted by Chief Wildlife Warden of the state before such killing takes place. Field Circle National Tiger Conservation Authority to be headed by Minister of MOEFCC. Field Circle it provides a captive breeding program for endangered species. Several conservation projects for individual endangered species like lion, 1972, tiger, 1973, crocodile, 1974, and brow-antlered deer, 1981, were stated under this Act. Constitutional provisions. Checkmark though the 42nd Amendment, Article 48A of the Constitution provides, the state shall endeavor to protect and improve the environment and to safeguard forest and wildlife of the country. Checkmark Article 51A, G, provides, it shall be duty of every citizen of India to protect and improve the natural environment including forests, lakes, rivers and wildlife and to have compassion for living creatures. 74. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.ias. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Checkmark, forest, including wildlife, was then a state subject falling in Entry 20 List 2 of 7th Schedule. Parliament had no power to make law on the same except as provided in Articles 249,250 and 252 of the Constitution. Environment Protection, ACT, 1986. Field Circle the Act is a more effective and bold measure to fight the problem of pollution. Field Circle the genesis of the Environmental Protection Act, 1986, is in Article 48A, Directive Principles of State Policy, and Article 51A, G, Fundamental Duties, of the Indian Constitution. Field Circle the Environment Protection Act, 1986 has 26 sections and it has been divided into 4 chapters relating to I, preliminary, E, general powers of the central government, E, prevention, control, and abatement of environmental pollution, IV, miscellaneous. Field Circle the minimum penalty for contravention or violation of any provision of the law is an imprisonment for a term which may extend to 5 years or fine up to 1 lakh rupees, or both. Field Circle the Act prescribes a special procedure for handling hazardous substances. Field Circle Act, 1986 has relaxed the rule of locus standi, and because of such relaxation even a common citizen can approach the court provided he has given a notice of 60 days of the alleged offense and his intention to make a complaint. National Forest Policy 1988. Field Circle. The principal aim is to ensure environmental stability and maintenance of ecological balance including atmospheric equilibrium which are vital for sustenance of all life forms, human, animal and plant. Field Circle. Conserving the natural heritage of the country by preserving the remaining natural forests with the vast variety of flora and fauna, which represent the remarkable biological diversity and genetic resources of the country. Field Circle. Checking soil erosion and denudation in the catchments areas of rivers, lakes, reservoirs. Field Circle. Checking the extension of sand dunes in the desert areas of Rajasthan and along the coastal tracts. Field Circle. Increasing substantially the forest, tree cover in the country and increasing the productivity of forests to meet essential national needs. Field Circle. Creating a massive people's movement with the involvement of women, for achieving these objectives and to minimize pressure on existing forests. Biological Diversity ACT, 2002. Field Circle. It was born out of India's attempt to realize the objectives enshrined in the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, 1992. Field Circle. An act to provide for conservation of biological diversity, sustainable use of its components and fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the use of biological resources, knowledge and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Field Circle. Three-tier structure to regulate access to the biological resources, comprising of National Biodiversity Authority, NBA, State Biodiversity Boards, SBB, and Biodiversity Management Committees, BMC, at the local level. Field Circle. Objectives: I. Conservation of biological diversity, E. Sustainable use of its components, and E. Fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources. 75. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.ias. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. The Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers, Recognition of Forest Rights, ACT, 2006. Field Circle provides for the restitution of deprived forest rights across India, including both individual rights to cultivated land in forestland and community rights over common property resources. Field Circle. The Act is significant as it provides scope and historic opportunity of integrating conservation and livelihood rights of the people. FRA is a potential tool. I. To empower and strengthen the local self-governance. 2. To address the livelihood security of the people. 3. To address the issues of conservation and management of the natural resources and conservation governance of India. Field Circle. Nodal agency for the implementation is MIN. Tribal Affairs. Field Circle. The maximum limit of the recognizing rights on forest land is 4 hectares. Field Circle. National parks and sanctuaries have been included along with reserve forest, protected forests for the recognition of rights. Field Circle. The Act recognizes the right of ownership access to collect, use, and dispose of minor forest produce which has been traditionally collected within or outside village boundaries. Field Circle. Term, minor forest produce, to include all non-timber forest produce of plant origin, including bamboo, brushwood, stumps, cane, tussa, cocoons, honey, wax, lac, tendu or kendu leaves, medicinal plants and herbs, roots, tubers and the like. Field Circle. Diversion of forest land for the purpose of schools, hospitals, anganwadis, drinking water supply and water pipelines, roads, electric and telecommunication lines, etc. Field Circle. The rights conferred under the Act shall be heritable but not alienable or transferable. Field Circle. Gram Sabha has been designated as the competent authority. Coastal Regulation Zone, CRZ. Filled circle the coastal stretches of seas, bays, estuaries, creeks, rivers and backwaters which are influenced by tidal action up to 500 meters from the high tide line, HTL, and the land between the low tide line, LTL, and the HTL are declared Coastal Regulation Zone, CRZ, on the 19th of February 1991. Filled Circle National Coastal Zone Management Authority, NCZMA, and State Coastal Zone Management Authority, SCZIVIA, for enforcement and monitoring of the CRZ notification. Classification criteria and regulatory norms. The Coastal Regulation Zone has been classified for the purpose of regulation of the permitted activities. 1. CRZI. Ecologically sensitive area and the area between high tide line, HTL, and low tide line, LTL. No new construction is permitted except for a few specified most essential activities like support activities for atomic energy plants and defense requirements, facilities required for disposal of treated effluents and other port-related waterfront activities. 2. CRZ2. The area that has been developed up to or close to the shoreline, which includes the designated urban areas that are substantially built up. 76. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Buildings permitted only on the landward side of the existing road, or roads approved in the Coastal Zone Management Plan of the area, or on the landward side of the existing authorized structures as defined in the notification. 3. CRZ3, the areas that are relatively undisturbed and those which do not belong to either. CRZI or CRZ2, which includes mainly the rural area and those not substantially built up within designated urban areas. The area up to 200 meters from HTL is earmarked as no development zone. No construction is permitted within this zone except for repairs to the existing authorized structures without exceeding existing FSI, plinth area and density. Development of vacant plots between 200 and 500 meters of HTL is permitted in CRZ3 for the purpose of construction of dwelling units and hotels, beach resorts subject to certain conditions. 4. CRZIV, no untreated sewage effluents, ballast water, ship washes, fly ash or solid waste from all activities including from aquaculture operations shall be let off or dumped. A comprehensive plan for treatment of sewage generating from the coastal towns and cities shall be formulated within a period of 1 year in consultation with stakeholders including traditional coastal communities, traditional fisherfolk and implemented. Pollution from oil and gas exploration and drilling, mining, boathouse and shipping. There shall be no restriction on the traditional fishing and allied activities undertaken by local communities. Island Protection Zone Notification, 2011. Filled circle. There are about 500 islands in Andaman and Nicobar and about 30 in Lakshadweep. These two groups of oceanic islands are home to some of the country's most thriving biodiversity hotspots. Filled circle. The A and N Islands are known for the terrestrial and marine biodiversity including forest area which covers 85% of the Andaman and Nicobar geographical area, while Lakshadweep is a coral island. Filled circle. The geographical areas of these islands are so small that in most of the cases the 500 meters Coastal Regulation Zone regulations overlap. Filled circle. Hence, a separate notification is being issued which takes into account the management of the entire island, except for 4 islands of A and N which include North Andaman, Middle Andaman, South Andaman and Great Nicobar. Solid Waste Management, 2016 Rules. Filled circle. Mandatory segregation. All waste generators will have to segregate and store the waste generated by them under 3 separate categories: biodegradable, non-biodegradable and domestic hazardous waste, in suitable bins before handing it over to authorized rag pickers or waste collectors. Filled circle. Concept of extended producer responsibility. local bodies can charge a fee from the generator of wastes. The new rules have asked all such brand owners who sell products in 77. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Non-biodegradable packaging material to put in place a system to collect back the packaging waste generated due to their production. A filled circle burning of solid waste has been prohibited. Filled circle. The Ministry of Power shall fix tariffs or charges for the power generated from the waste-to-energy plants based on solid waste and ensure compulsory purchase of power generated from such waste-to-energy plants by DISCOMs. Filled circle. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Sources shall facilitate infrastructure creation for waste-to-energy plants and provide appropriate subsidies or incentives for such waste-to-energy plants. Hazardous and Other Wastes, Management and Transboundary Movement, Amendment Rules, 2019. Filled circle. Solid plastic waste has been prohibited from import into the country, including in special economic zones, SEZ, and by export-oriented units, AU. Filled circle. Exporters of silk waste have now been given exemption from requiring permission from the MOEFCC. Filled circle. Electrical and electronic assemblies and components manufactured in and exported from India, if found defective, can now be imported back into the country, within a year of export, without obtaining permission from the MOEFCC. Filled circle. Industries which do not require consent under Water Act 1974 and Air Act 1981, are now exempted from requiring authorization also under the Hazardous and Other Wastes, Management and Transboundary Movement, Rules, 2016, provided that hazardous and other wastes generated by such industries are handed over to the authorized actual users, waste collectors or disposal facilities. Biomedical Waste Management Rules, 2016. Filled circle. Biomedical waste has been classified into 4 categories instead of 10 to improve the segregation of waste at source, and these 4 categories have color codes. Omicron Red bin for plastic waste such as bottles, syringes, etc. Omicron Yellow bin for infectious waste such as cotton, bandage, placenta, etc. Omicron Blue bin for glass bottles like discarded medicines. Omicron Black bin for needles without syringes, metal articles, etc. Filled circle. Phase out the use of chlorinated plastic bags, gloves and blood bags within 2 years. Filled circle. The ambit of the rules has been expanded to include vaccination camps, blood donation camps, surgical camps or any other healthcare activity. Filled circle. Pre-treatment of the laboratory waste, microbiological waste, blood samples and blood bags through disinfection or sterilization on site in the manner as prescribed by WHO or NACO. Filled circle. State government to provide land for setting up common biomedical waste treatment and disposal facilities. Filled circle. No occupier shall establish on-site treatment and disposal facility, if a service of common biomedical waste treatment facility is available at a distance of 75 km. Filled circle. The new rules prescribe more stringent standards for incinerator to reduce the emission of pollutants in environment. Filled circle. Inclusion of emissions limits for dioxin and furans. Filled circle. Establish a barcode system for bags or containers containing biomedical waste for disposal. Filled circle. Provide training to all its health care workers and immunize all health workers regularly. 78. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. E-Waste, Management, Amendment Rules, 2018. Filled circle amendment in 2016 rules has been done with the objective of channelizing the e-waste generated in the country towards authorized dismantlers and recyclers in order to formalize the e-waste recycling sector. Filled circle collection targets under the provision of Extended Producer Responsibility, EPR, in the rules have been revised and targets have been introduced for new producers who have started their sales operations recently. Filled circle. Some of the salient features of the E-Waste Management Amendment Rules, 2018 are as follows. 1. Producer responsibility organizations, PROs, shall apply to the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, for registration to undertake activities prescribed in the rules. 2. Under the Reduction of Hazardous Substances, RoHS, provisions, cost for sampling and testing shall be borne by the government for conducting the RoHS test. If the product does not comply with RoHS provisions, then the cost of the test will be borne by the producers. Bhopal Municipal Corporation, BMC, and the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, have signed an agreement to set up the country's first e-waste clinic in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. Plastic Waste Management Rules, 2016. Filled circle. Increase minimum thickness of plastic carry bags from 40 to 50 microns and stipulate minimum thickness of 50 micron for plastic sheets, also to facilitate collection and recycle of plastic waste. Filled circle. CPCB has been mandated to formulate the guidelines for thermoset plastic difficult to recycle. In the earlier rules, there was no specific provision for such type of plastic. Filled circle. Phasing out of multi-layered plastic, MLP, is now applicable to MLP, which are non-recyclable, or non-energy recoverable, or with no alternative use. Filled circle. Explicit pricing of carry bags has been omitted. Wetlands, Conservation and Management, Rules 2010. Filled circle. The Ministry of Environment and Forests has notified the Wetlands, Conservation and Management, Rules 2010 in order to ensure that there is no further degradation of wetlands. Filled circle. The rules specify activities which are harmful to wetlands. Filled circle. The Central Wetland Regulatory Authority has been set up to ensure proper implementation of the rules and perform all functions for management of wetlands in India. National Green Tribunal, NGT. Filled circle. The National Green Tribunal Act, 2010 is an act of the Parliament of India which enables creation of a special tribunal to handle the expeditious disposal of the cases pertaining to environmental issues. It was enacted under India's constitutional provision of Article 21, which assures the citizens of India the right to a healthy environment. Filled circle. India is the third country in the world to have a full-fledged green tribunal, followed by New Zealand and Australia. Filled circle. NGT is mandated to dispose of the cases within 6 months of their respective appeals. Filled circle. 10 expert members and 10 judicial members, although the Act allows for up to 20 of each. Filled circle. The chairman of the tribunal is required to be a serving or retired Chief Justice of a High Court or a judge of the Supreme Court of India. 79. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle. Members are chosen by a selection committee, headed by a sitting judge of the Supreme Court of India, that reviews their applications and conducts interviews. The judicial members are chosen from applicants who are serving or retired judges of high courts. The Ozone Depleting Substances Rules. Filled circle. The Ozone Depleting Substances, Regulation and Control, Rules, 2000 under the Environment Protection Act, in July 2000. Filled circle. These rules set the deadlines for phasing out of various ODSs, besides regulating production, trade, import and export of ODSs and the product containing ODS. Filled circle. These rules prohibit the use of CFCs in manufacturing various products beyond the 1st of January 2003 except in metered dose inhaler and for other medical purposes. Filled circle. Use of halons is prohibited after the 1st of January 2001 except for essential use. Filled circle other ODSs such as carbon tetrachloride and methyl chloroform and CFC for metered dose. Inhalers can be used up to the 1st of January 2010. Filled circle further, the use of methyl bromide has been allowed up to the 1st of January 2015. Filled circle since HCFCs are used as interim substitutes to replace CFC, these are allowed up to the 1st of January 2040. Institutions and measures. National Wildlife Action Plan. Filled circle The first National Wildlife Action Plan, NWAP, was adopted in 1983. Filled circle The plan had outlined the strategies and action points for wildlife conservation. Filled circle The first National Wildlife Action Plan, NWAP, of 1983 has been revised and the new Wildlife Action Plan, 2002-2016, has been adopted. Filled circle Strengthening and enhancing the protected area network. Filled circle Effective management of protected areas. Filled circle Conservation of wild and endangered species and their habitats. Filled circle Restoration of degraded habitats outside protected areas. Filled circle Control of poaching, taxidermy and illegal trade in wild animal and plant species. Filled circle Monitoring and research. Filled circle The plan has adopted the landscape approach rather than the earlier strategies, more concentrated on national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. Filled circle plan also highlights the role of the private sector in wildlife protection by ensuring adequate fund flow from the Corporate Social Responsibility (CSR) Fund. National Afforestation and Eco-Development Board. Filled circle The Ministry of Environment and Forests in August 1992. Filled circle evolved specific schemes for promoting afforestation and management strategies. National Afforestation Program. Filled circle launched in 2002, which involves plantation in degraded forests of the country. Filled circle NAFP is a flagship program of National Afforestation and Eco-Development Board. NAEB. Filled circle provides physical and capacity building support to the Forest Development Agencies, FDAs, which are the implementing agencies. AT. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management and Planning Authority, CAMPA. Filled circle In April 2004, the central government, under the orders of the Supreme Court, constituted CAMPA for the management of money towards compensatory afforestation, and other money recoverable, in compliance of the conditions stipulated by the central government and in accordance with the Forest Conservation Act. Filled circle These remittances relate to compensatory afforestation, CA, additional compensatory afforestation, ACA, penal compensatory afforestation, PCA, catchment area treatment, CAT, plan, protected area management and net present value, NPV, etc. Filled circle These funds will receive payments for I. Compensatory afforestation, E. Net present value of forest, NPV, and E. Other project-specific payments. The National Fund will receive 10% of these funds, and the state funds will receive the remaining 90%. Filled circle These funds will be primarily spent on afforestation to compensate for loss of forest cover, regeneration of forest ecosystem, wildlife protection and infrastructure development. Filled circle The bill also establishes the national and state compensatory afforestation fund management and planning authorities to manage the national and state funds. CAMPA. Joint Forest Management, JFM. Checkmark an initiative to institutionalize participatory governance of a country's forest resources by involving the local communities living close to the forest. Checkmark a co-management institution to develop partnerships between forest fringe communities and the Forest Department, FD, on the basis of mutual trust and jointly defined roles and responsibilities with regard to forest protection and regeneration. Checkmark started in consonance with the National Forest Policy 1988 checkmark. Most of the states in India have adopted JFM. Checkmark. Under JFM, both forest departments and local communities come to an agreement to form the Committee to Manage and Protect Forests by sharing the costs and benefits. Checkmark. One of the key objectives is the rehabilitation of degraded forest lands with people's participation involving forest protection committees. Social forestry. Field Circle. The National Commission on Agriculture, Government of India, first used the term social forestry in 1976. Field Circle. It was then that India embarked upon a social forestry project with the aim of taking the pressure off the forests and making use of all unused and fallow land. Field Circle. Government forest areas that are close to human settlement and have been degraded over the years due to human activities needed to be afforested. Field Circle. Trees were to be planted in and around agricultural fields. Plantation of trees along railway lines and roadsides, and river and canal banks were carried out. They were planted in village common land, government wasteland and panchayat land. Field Circle aims at raising plantations by the common man so as to meet the growing demand for food, fuel, wood, fodder, fiber and fertilizer, 5Fs, etc., thereby reducing the pressure on the traditional forest area. Field Circle. The government formally recognized the local community's rights to forest resources, and encouraged rural participation in the management of natural resources. 81. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Field Circle. Farm forestry, community forestry, extension forestry, planting of trees on the sides of roads, canals and railways, along with planting on wastelands, recreational forestry. National Bamboo Mission. Field Circle. A centrally sponsored scheme with 100% contribution from the central government. It is being implemented by the Horticulture Division under Department of Agriculture and Cooperation in the Ministry of Agriculture, New Delhi. Field Circle. Bamboo Mission envisages integration of different ministries, departments and involvement of local people, initiatives for the holistic development of bamboo sector in terms of growth of bamboo through increase in area coverage, enhanced yields and scientific management, marketing of bamboo and bamboo-based handicrafts, generation of employment opportunities, etc. Field Circle. Set up national, state and sub-state level structures, to ensure adequate returns for the produce of the farmers and eliminate middlemen, to the extent possible. Comprehensive Environmental Pollution Index, CEPI. Field Circle. CEPI is a rational number to characterize the environmental quality at a given location following the algorithm of source, pathway, receptor and various parameters like pollutant concentration, impact on human health and level of exposure have been taken into consideration for the calculation of pollution indices for air, water and land. Field Circle. The present CEPI is intended to act as an early warning tool. Field Circle. It can help in categorizing the industrial clusters in terms of priority of planning needs for interventions. Field Circle. CEPI score, greater than 70 critically polluted, 60 to 70 severely polluted, less than 60 normal. Field Circle. The Central and State Pollution Control Board, in collaboration with IIT, Delhi has applied the CEPI. Lighting a Billion Lives, LABL. Field Circle. A campaign by TERI that promotes the use of solar lanterns specially designed and manufactured on a decentralized basis. Field Circle has been able to engage with government interventions under Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, Madhya Pradesh Rural Livelihood Project, Rastriya Graman Vikas Nidhi, and has facilitated the spread of mobile telephony with support from the Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Field Circle successfully engaged the private sector and leveraged corporate social responsibility. Field Circle initiative has the potential to contribute towards the realization of the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, by improving energy access for the rural poor. Field Circle. The campaign has demonstrated how public-private people partnerships can support rural development schemes, particularly in the areas of health, education, environment and women's empowerment. Eco-Mark. Field Circle labeling of environment-friendly products to provide accreditation and labeling for household and other consumer products which meet certain environmental criteria along with quality requirements of the Bureau of Indian Standards for that product. Field Circle objective, to recognize good environmental performance as well as improvements in performance of the unit. 82. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Field Circle. Any product, which is made, used or disposed of in a way that significantly reduces the harm to environment, could be considered as environment-friendly product. Urban Services Environmental Rating System, uses. Field Circle project funded by UNDP, executed by the Ministry of Environment and Forests and implemented by TEM. Field Circle aim, to develop an analytical tool to measure the performance, with respect to delivery, of basic services in local bodies of Delhi and Kanpur, identified as pilot cities. Field Circle. The performance measurement (PM) tool was developed through a set of performance measurement indicators that are benchmarked against set targets using the Inputs-Outputs Efficiency Outcomes framework. Biodiversity Conservation and Rural Livelihood Improvement Project (BCR-LIP). Field Circle aim, conserving biodiversity in selected landscapes, including wildlife protected areas, critical conservation areas, while improving rural livelihoods through participatory approaches. Field Circle development of joint forest management, JFM, and eco-development. Field Circle. The project would be implemented as a centrally sponsored scheme with 5 financiers, IDA loan, GEF grant, contributions from Government of India, state governments and beneficiaries. National Clean Energy Fund. Field Circle, National Clean Energy Fund, NCEF, was constituted in the Public Account of India in the Finance Bill 2010-11. Field Circle objective, to invest in entrepreneurial ventures and research and innovative projects in the field of clean energy technology. Field Circle. The Central Board of Excise and Customs consequently notified the Clean Energy Cess Rules 2010, under which producers of specified goods, namely raw coal, raw lignite and raw peat, were made liable to pay clean energy cess. Field Circle. Any project with innovative methods to adopt clean energy technology and research and development shall be eligible for funding under the NCEF. Field Circle. Government assistance under the NCEF shall in no case exceed 40% of the total project cost. Field Circle. The Indo-French Center for the Promotion of Advanced Research, CEFIPRA, launched a multidisciplinary Indo-French research project titled Adaptation of Irrigated Agriculture to Climate Change, ACHA. Field Circle. The study aims at developing an integrated model for analyzing the impact of climate change on groundwater irrigated agriculture in South India. National Mission for Electric Mobility. Field Circle. To promote electric mobility and manufacturing of electric vehicles in India, Field Circle. The setting up of NCEM has been influenced by the following 3 factors. 1. Fast dwindling petroleum resources. 2. Impact of vehicles on the environment and climate change. 3. Worldwide shift of the automobile industry towards more efficient drive technologies and alternative fuels, including electric vehicles. 83. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.IAS, network contact, 9,779,726,117. Field Circle. The NCEM will be the apex body in the Government of India for making recommendations in these matters. Science Express, Biodiversity Special, SEBS. Field Circle, an innovative mobile exhibition mounted on a specially designed 16-coach AC train, traveling across India from the 5th of June to the 22nd of December 2012, 180 days, to create widespread awareness on the unique biodiversity of the country. Field Circle. The SEBS is a unique collaborative initiative of the Department of Science and Technology, DST, and Ministry of Environment and Forests, MoF, Government of India. Environment Education, Awareness and Training, EEAT, Scheme. Field Circle, a central scheme launched during the 6th Five-Year Plan in 1983-84. Field Circle Objectives: 1. To promote environmental awareness among all sections of the society. 2. To spread environment education, especially in the non-formal system. 3. To facilitate development of education, training materials and aids in the formal education sector. 4. To promote environment education through existing educational, scientific institutions. 5. To ensure training and manpower development for EEAT. National Environment Awareness Campaign, NEAC. Field Circle launched in 1986 with the objective of creating environmental awareness at the national level. Field Circle. It is a multimedia campaign which utilizes conventional and non-conventional methods of communication for disseminating environmental messages. Field Circle. Under this campaign, nominal financial assistance is provided to registered NGOs, schools, colleges, universities, research institutions, women and youth organizations, army units, state government departments, etc. from all over the country for organizing, conducting awareness-raising activities. Eco Clubs, National Green Corps. Field Circle. The main objectives of this program are to educate children about their immediate environment and impart knowledge about the ecosystems, to mobilize youngsters by instilling in them the spirit of scientific inquiry into environmental problems and involving them in the efforts of environmental preservation. Field Circle. Global learning and observations to benefit the environment, GLOBE. Field Circle. The GLOBE is an international science and education program, which stresses on hands-on participatory approach. Field Circle. India joined this program during August 2000. Field Circle aimed at school children. Mangroves for the Future. Field Circle. A partnership-based initiative promoting investment in coastal ecosystems for sustainable development. Field Circle. To promote healthy coastal ecosystems through a partnership-based, people-focused, policy-relevant and investment-orientated approach, which builds and applies knowledge, empowers communities and other stakeholders, enhances governance, secures livelihoods, and increases resilience to natural hazards and climate change. 84. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Field Circle member countries: India, Indonesia, Maldives, Pakistan, Seychelles, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Vietnam. Field Circle outreach countries: Bangladesh, Cambodia, Myanmar, Timor-Leste. Field Circle dialogue countries: Kenya, Malaysia, Tanzania. Organizations: the Animal Welfare Board of India. Field Circle. The Animal Welfare Board of India is a statutory advisory body on animal welfare laws and promotes animal welfare in the country. Field Circle. The Animal Welfare Board of India, the first of its kind to be established by any government in the world, was set up in 1962, in accordance with Section 4 of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Acts 1960. Field Circle. Srimati Rukmini Devi Arundale pioneered the setting up of the board, with its headquarters at Chennai. Field Circle functions: to keep the law in force in India for the prevention of cruelty to animals under constant study and to advise the government on the amendments to be undertaken in any such law from time to time. Central Zoo Authority. Field Circle. The amendment made to the Wildlife Protection Act in 1991 added a new chapter dealing with zoos to the Act and allowed for the central government to constitute an authority known as the Central Zoo Authority to oversee the functioning and development of zoos in the country. Field Circle functions: to specify the minimum standards for housing, upkeep and veterinary care of animals kept in a zoo. To identify endangered species of wild animals for purposes of captive breeding and assigning responsibility in this regard to a zoo. To coordinate the acquisition, exchange and loaning of animals for breeding purposes. To ensure maintenance of stud books, of endangered species of wild animals bred in captivity. To coordinate training of zoo personnel in India and abroad. The National Biodiversity Authority of India, Chennai. Field Circle established in 2003 to implement India's Biological Diversity Act, 2002. Field Circle. The NBA is a statutory, autonomous body and it performs a facilitative, regulatory and advisory function for the Government of India on issues of conservation, sustainable use of biological resources and fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of the use of biological resources. Objectives of the NBA. Field Circle. Anybody seeking any kind of intellectual property rights on a research based upon biological resource or knowledge obtained from India has to obtain prior approval of the NBA. Main functions: 1. The National Biodiversity Authority May. 85. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.ias. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Advise the central government on matters relation into the conservation of biodiversity, sustainable use of its components. B. Advise the state governments in the selection of areas of biodiversity importance to be notified as heritage sites and measures for the management of such heritage sites. 2. The National Biodiversity Authority may, on behalf of the central government, take any measures necessary to oppose the grant of intellectual property rights in any country outside India on any biological resource obtained from India or knowledge associated with such biological resource which is derived from India. Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, WCCB. Field Circle. The Government of India constituted a statutory body, the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau on 6 June 2007, by amending the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. Field Circle. The Bureau would complement the efforts of the state governments, primary enforcers of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972 and other enforcement agencies of the country. Field Circle. WCCB has conducted Operation Save Kerma, Thunderbird, Wildnet, Lesno, Burble, etc. Functions. Field Circle collection, collation of intelligence and its dissemination and establishment of a centralized wildlife crime data bank. Field Circle coordination of actions by various enforcement authorities towards the implementation of the provisions of this Act. Field Circle implementation of obligations under the various international conventions and protocols. Field Circle assistance to concerned authorities in foreign countries and concerned international organizations to facilitate coordination and universal action for wildlife crime control. Field Circle development of infrastructure and capacity building for scientific and professional investigation. Field Circle advise the Government of India on issues relating to wildlife crimes having national and international ramifications, and suggest changes required in relevant policy and laws from time to time. National Lake Conservation Plan, NLCP. Field Circle Ministry of Environment and Forests. Field Circle for conservation and management of polluted and degraded lakes in urban and semi-urban areas through an integrated ecosystem approach. Activities covered under NLCP. Checkmark prevention of pollution from point sources by intercepting, diverting and treating the pollution loads entering the lake. Checkmark in situ measures of lake cleaning such as desilting, deweeding, bioremediation, aeration, biomanipulation, nutrient reduction, withdrawal of anoxic hypolimnion, constructed wetland approach or any other successfully tested eco-technologies etc. depending upon the site conditions. Checkmark lakefront eco-development including public interface. Checkmark solid waste management and provision of Dobie GATS is generally not covered under NLCP. Checkmark prevention of pollution from non-point sources by providing low-cost sanitation. 86. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,729,726,117. National Ganga River Basin Authority, NGRBA. Field Circle NGRBA was constituted in February 2009 under the Environment Protection Act, 1986. Field Circle. The NGRBA is a planning, financing, monitoring and coordinating body of the Centre and the states. Field Circle. The objective of the NGRBA is to ensure effective abatement of pollution and conservation of the River Ganga by adopting a river basin approach for comprehensive planning and management. Field Circle. The authority has both regulatory and developmental functions. Field Circle development of a river basin management plan. Wildlife Trust of India. Field Circle NGO founded, 1998. Field Circle aim, to conserve nature, especially endangered species and threatened habitats, in partnership with communities and governments. International conventions. Major environment international conventions, nature conservation. 1. United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, UNCED. 2. Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD. 3. Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. 4. Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Fauna and Flora, CITES. 5. The Wildlife Trade Monitoring Network, Traffic. 6. Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species, CMS. 7. Coalition Against Wildlife Trafficking, CAWT. 8. International Tropical Timber Organization, ITTC. 9. United Nations Forum on Forests, LTNFF. 10. International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, IUCN. 11. Global Tiger Forum, GTF. Hazardous Material. 12. Stockholm Convention. 13. Basel Convention. 14. Rotterdam Convention. Land. 15. United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD, Marine Environment. 16. International Whaling Commission, MC, Atmosphere. 17. Vienna Convention and Montreal Protocol. 18. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. 19. Kyoto Protocol. 87. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,729,726,117. United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, UNCED. Field Circle, also known as the Rio Summit, Rio Conference, Earth Summit held in Rio de Janeiro in June 1992. Field Circle. The issues addressed included systematic scrutiny of patterns of production, particularly the production of toxic components, such as lead in gasoline, or poisonous waste including radioactive chemicals. Filled circle alternative sources of energy to replace the use of fossil fuels which are linked to global climate change. Filled circle new reliance on public transportation systems in order to reduce vehicle emissions, congestion in cities and the health problems caused by polluted air and smog. 2 important legally binding agreements. 1. Convention on Biological Diversity. 2. Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. The Rio Declaration on Environment and the Rio Declaration consisted of 27 principles intended to guide future sustainable development around the world. Agenda 21. Filled Circle Agenda 21 is an action plan of the United Nations, UN, related to sustainable development. Filled Circle It is a comprehensive blueprint of action to be taken globally, nationally and locally by organizations of the UN, governments, and major groups in every area in which humans directly affect the environment. Filled Circle. The number 21 refers to an agenda for the 21st century. Agenda 21 for Culture. Filled Circle during the First World Public Meeting on Culture, held in Porto Alegre, Brazil in 2002. Filled Circle, the first document with a worldwide mission that advocates establishing the groundwork of an undertaking by cities and local governments for cultural development. Rio Plus 20. Filled Circle, Rio Plus 20, is the short name for the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development which took place in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil in June 2012, 20 years after the landmark 1992 Earth Summit in Rio. Filled Circle. The official discussions focused on 2 main themes. 1. How to build a green economy to achieve sustainable development and lift people out of poverty, and 2. How to improve international coordination for sustainable development. Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD. Filled Circle CBD is a legally binding convention that recognized for the first time that the conservation of biological diversity is a common concern of humankind, and is an integral part of the development process. The agreement covers all ecosystems, species, and genetic resources. Objectives. Filled Circle. The conservation of biological diversity, the sustainable use of its components and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the utilization of genetic resources. 88. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Including by appropriate access to genetic resources and by appropriate transfer of relevant technologies, taking into account all rights over those resources and to technologies, and by appropriate funding. Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety to the Convention on Biological Diversity. Filled Circle. Biosafety refers to the need to protect human health and the environment from the possible adverse effects of the products of modern biotechnology. Filled Circle. The convention clearly recognizes these twin aspects of modern biotechnology. 1. Access to and transfer of technologies. 2. Appropriate procedures to enhance the safety of biotechnology technologies. The protocol establishes procedures for regulating the import and export of LMOs from one country to another. Advance Informed Agreement. Under the AIA procedure, a country intending to export an LMO for intentional release into the environment must notify in writing to party of import before export. Nagoya, Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol. Filled Circle. The Cartagena Protocol is reinforced by the Nagoya, Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol on Liability and Redress. Filled Circle. The Supplementary Protocol specifies response measures to be taken in the event of damage to biodiversity resulting from LMOs. Filled circle the Nagoya Protocol on Access to Genetic Resources and the Fair and Equitable Sharing of Benefits Arising from Their Utilization, ABS, to the Convention on Biological Diversity is a supplementary agreement to the Convention on Biological Diversity. Filled circle objective is the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources, thereby contributing to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Filled circle Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2011-2020, in the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, held in 2010, in Nagoya, Aichi Prefecture, Japan, adopted a revised and updated strategic plan for biodiversity, including the Aichi biodiversity targets, for the 20,112,020 period. Aichi biodiversity targets. 1. Strategic Goal A. Address the underlying causes of biodiversity loss by mainstreaming biodiversity across government and society. 2. Strategic Goal B. Reduce the direct pressures on biodiversity and promote sustainable use. 3. Strategic Goal C. To improve the status of biodiversity by safeguarding ecosystems, species and genetic diversity. 4. Strategic Goal D. Enhance the benefits to all from biodiversity and ecosystem services. By 2015, the Nagoya Protocol on Access to Genetic Resources and the Fair and Equitable Sharing of Benefits Arising from Their Utilization. 5. Strategic Goal E. Enhance implementation through participatory planning, knowledge management and capacity building. Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. 89. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS, Network contact, 9,779,726,117. Filled circle The Convention on Wetlands, Waterfowl Convention, is an intergovernmental treaty that provides the framework for national action and international cooperation for the conservation and wise use of wetlands and their resources. Filled circle Wise use. The core philosophy of Ramsar is the maintenance of ecological character within the context of sustainable development. Filled circle It was adopted in the Iranian city of Ramsar in 1971 and came into force in 1975, and it is the only global environmental treaty that deals with a particular ecosystem. Filled circle Ramsar is not affiliated with the United Nations system of multilateral environmental agreements, but it works very closely with the other MEs and is a full partner among the biodiversity-related cluster of treaties and agreements. Filled circle World Wetlands Day, the 2nd of February every year. Number of contracting parties, 163. The Montreux Record. Filled circle adopted by the Conference of the Contracting Parties in Brisbane, 1996, accompanying the Guidelines for Operation of the Montreux Record. Filled circle The Montreux Record is a register of wetland sites on the list of wetlands of international importance where changes in ecological character have occurred, are occurring, or are likely to occur as a result of technological developments, pollution or other human interference. Filled circle It is the principal tool of the convention and is maintained as part of the Ramsar list. Indian Wetland and Montreux Record. Filled circle Keoladeo National Park, Rajasthan and Loktak Lake, Manipur have been included in Montreux Record in 1990 and in 1993 respectively. Filled circle Chilika Lake, Orissa, included in the Montreux Record in 1993 was removed in November 2002. It is placed on the Montreux Record due to problems caused by siltation and sedimentation which was choking the mouth of the lake, removed from the record in 2002 following rehabilitation efforts for which the Chilika Development Authority received the Ramsar Wetland Conservation Award for 2002. Filled circle India became a contracting party to the Ramsar Convention in 1981 and has been implementing conservation programs for wetlands, mangroves and coral reefs. Sites. Field Circle. The Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES, is an international agreement between governments entered into force in 1975, and became the only treaty to ensure that international trade in plants and animals does not threaten their survival in the wild. Field Circle. Currently 176 countries are parties to CITES. Field Circle. CITES is administered through the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP. Protecting species from unsustainable trade. Field Circle. Species for which trade is controlled are listed in one of 3 appendices to CITES, each conferring a different level of regulation and requiring CITES permits or certificates. Appendix I includes species threatened with extinction and provides the greatest level of protection, including restrictions on commercial trade. Examples include gorillas, sea turtles, most lady slipper orchids, and giant pandas. Appendix II includes species that, although currently not threatened with extinction, may become so without trade controls. It also includes species that resemble other listed species and need to be regulated in order to effectively control the trade in those other listed species. Appendix III includes species for which a range country has asked other parties to help. 90. Telegram. https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.IAS. Network contact, 9,779,726,117. In controlling international trade. Examples include map turtles, walruses and Cape stag beetles. COP13. These meetings were held every 2 years. Since then, COPs are held every 3 years. COP16 is scheduled to occur from March 3–14, 2013 in Bangkok, Thailand. Traffic. The Wildlife Trade Monitoring Network. Field Circle. Traffic is a joint conservation program of WWF and IUCN. Field Circle. It was established in 1976 by the Species Survival Commission of IUCN. Field Circle. Traffic has grown to become the world's largest wildlife trade monitoring program and a global expert on wildlife trade issues. Field Circle. This non-governmental organization. Field Circle to ensure that trade in wild plants and animals is not a threat to the conservation of nature. Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species, CMS. Field Circle. The Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animals, also known as CMS or Bonn Convention. Field Circle aims to conserve terrestrial, aquatic and avian migratory species throughout their range. Field Circle. It is an intergovernmental treaty, concluded under the aegis of the United Nations. Environment. Field Circle. The agreements may range from legally binding treaties, called agreements, to less formal instruments, such as Memoranda of Understanding, and can be adapted to the requirements of particular regions. Coalition Against Wildlife Trafficking, CAWT. Field Circle aims to focus public and political attention and resources on ending the illegal trade in wildlife and wildlife products. Field Circle initiated in 2005, CAWT is a unique voluntary public-private coalition. Field Circle. CAWT is leveraging the combined strengths of government and non-governmental partners to improve wildlife law enforcement by expanding enforcement training and information sharing and strengthening regional cooperative networks. Field Circle. Reduce consumer demand for illegally traded wildlife by raising awareness of the impacts of illegal wildlife trade on biodiversity. Field Circle. Catalyze high-level political will to fight wildlife trafficking. The International Tropical Timber Organization, ITTO. Field Circle. ITTO is an intergovernmental organization, under UN, 1986, promoting the conservation and sustainable management, use and trade of tropical forest resources. United Nations Forum on Forests, UNFF. Field Circle. The Economic and Social Council of the United Nations, ECOSOC, established the UNFF in October 2000, a subsidiary body Field Circle with the main objective to promote the management, conservation and sustainable development of all types of forests and to strengthen long-term political commitment to this end, based on the Rio Declaration, the Forest Principles, Chapter 11 of Agenda 21 and the outcome of the Intergovernmental Panel on Forests, IPF. 91. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117. IUCN. Field Circle IUCN was founded in October 1948 as the International Union for the Protection of Nature, or IUPN, following an international conference in Fontainebleau, France. Field Circle IUCN supports scientific research, manages field projects globally and brings governments, non-government organizations, United Nations agencies, companies and local communities together to develop and implement policy. Field Circle IUCN members include both states and non-governmental organizations. The Global Tiger Forum, GTF. Field Circle. It is an intergovernmental and international body established with members from willing countries to embark on a worldwide campaign, common approach, promotion of appropriate programs and controls to save the remaining 5 subspecies of tigers in the wild distributed over 14 tiger range countries of the world. Field Circle formed in 1994 with its secretariat at New Delhi. GTF is the only intergovernmental and international body campaigning to save the tiger worldwide. The Stockholm Convention on POP. Field Circle. The Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants was adopted at a conference of plenipotentiaries on the 22nd of May 2001 in Stockholm, Sweden and entered into force on the 17th of May 2004. Field Circle POP. Persistent organic pollutants, POPs, are organic chemical substances, that is, they are carbon-based. Checkmark. They possess a particular combination of physical and chemical properties such that, once released into the environment, checkmark. They remain intact for exceptionally long periods of time, many years. Checkmark. Become widely distributed throughout the environment as a result of natural processes involving soil, water and, most notably, air. Checkmark. Accumulate in the fatty tissue of living organisms including humans. Checkmark. And are found at higher concentrations at higher levels in the food chain, are toxic to both humans and wildlife. Checkmark. Not soluble in water. The 12 initial POPs. Checkmark. Initially, 12 POPs have been recognized as causing adverse effects on humans and the ecosystem, and these can be placed in 3 categories. 1. Pesticides, aldery, chlordane, DDT, dieldrin, endrin, heptachlor, hexachlorobenzene, Miox, toxaphene. 2. Industrial chemicals, hexachlorobenzene, polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, and 3. Byproducts, hexachlorobenzene, polychlorinated dibenzo P-dioxins and polychlorinated dibenzofurans, PCDD, PCDF, and PCBs. Checkmark. The new POPs under the Stockholm Convention. 9 new POPs. 1. Pesticides, claudicane, alpha-hexachlorocyclohexane, beta-hexachlorocyclohexane, lindane, pentachlorobenzene. 2. Industrial chemicals, hexabromobiphenyl, hexabromodiphenyl ether and heptabromodiphenyl ether, pentachlorobenzene, perfluoroctane sulfonic acid, its salts and perfluoroctane sulfonyl fluoride, tetrabromodiphenyl ether and pentabromodiphenyl ether, and 92. Telegram, https://t.me/IAS Network website, www.ias, network contact, 9,779,726,117.